Hello and welcome everybody to a Friday stream. I'm Red, playing some more Pathfinder today. Let's get into it, I guess. Uh, Sound will come on as soon as I alt tab over, um, yeah, give me just a moment. Hope everyone is having a lovely day, and I apologize for the screaming cat in the background. Believe me, he would be a lot worse if, oh my god, I keep clicking on the wrong thing. What's wrong with me today? Uh, he would be even more egregious than like if I had left the door shut or whatnot. So, anyway, let's get into it. Over encumbered and not on a random encounter map, you can drop some items and come back later. Pretty sure I can't drop items and come back and pick them up in this area. Good to know, but I don't think we can come back down here is the problem. Alright, so, we pretty much finished the maze in the underground area. But I believe I missed an entire area, so we're gonna go back there, quickly do that, and then we'll leave. Alright, yeah, we're over encumbered. Like, really over encumbered. I'm sure it's fine. Not sure we have anyone that can actually identify stuff, so this will be interesting. Alright. That's us. Okay, this way. Not sure what that noise was. Yeah, everybody's slower. Love that. We did this room, we didn't do...
I found something.
Don't go that way. Oh wait, I think that's the best trap finding. 8 trickery, -6, +10, +3.
I heed the voice of the spirits. Open your heart to me. I hope you appreciate this.
Oh! Well, that's terrifying.
You've crossed the
Save
wrong
the
line.
last
Get it.
one for me.
Actually put turn-based mode back on?
Cover me. I'll cut you wide open.
survive me.
Unfortunate.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Endure this!
The light, take you!
Stab their
Get him.
backs.
Damn it.
The spirits demand your blood.
Make every strike count.
Continue looting everything that isn't nailed down. Masterwork scimitar. It's fine. Click light moons, kill light moons. Reminds me. Lan, would you like some? Oh, you're not even wearing armor. Can you wear? No, you can't. Okay, cool. Which means, yeah, have some braces. Composite longbow. Why does it do more damage? Oh right, composite longbows are plus strength, yeah. Yeah, have a better bow. Which means when he levels up, he wants strength, I think? Okay. We got 2 doors. Also got this door. Come back to that loot in a minute. Alright. Let's go this way.
What's that there?
I am helpful, am I not?
Okay.
Always watch your back.
Well, this looks suitably horrifying. Another Cambion.
You are the heartbeat quickens.
Into the fray!
No, there's a second one. Good, good.
Go for their hearts!
You're gonna get Lan to stop firing on the archer. Oh. for which one we first, a freaking wizard or something that has the ability to cast fireball. Because my usual strategy is gang up on one dude while the archer takes out the other.
I'll cut you wide open.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Nice. Good job, buddy.
I'll loot your corpse.
That was unfortunate.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
The spirits demand your blood.
You won't survive me.
Good job, Lan.
Your death awaits.
There's just so many Masterwork scimitars. This is lovely. Ooh, that looks like a puzzle. Okay. I'm gonna come back to that.
Now what is that? That's easy.
Heavy pick. Armor. Masterwork break. I have so much money.
I am helpful, am I not?
Push blur points up. Off blade. Hey. Ooh, diamond dust. That'll be helpful later. Earth elemental. Interesting. This is gonna suck. Still gonna poke it.
Into the fray.
Let me draw the first blood.
Yeah.
Endure this.
Nice. Mine's gonna do all the heavy lifting. Love that.
Cover me!
Come on!
The light, take you.
Make every strike count.
That's everything in here. We love that. Last door to check. Actually. Look what's in here. Not like it really matters. Yeah, we're moving a little bit slower, but oh well. Dangerous enemies. The game contains optional but especially dangerous opponents or groups of enemies that only the most experienced adventurers can handle. One such opponent awaits you on the other side of this door. Carefully weigh all the risks involved before entering. Okay.
You can trust me.
Okay, that's this one full.
Together we stand.
Those. Just in case. Do we have large person? That's nice. Blur. Mage armor. Can't be used by this character. Scroll press. Bless. One resist fire. What's a restoration? Oh, that's Constitution. I thought it was Strength. My bad. This one is Strength. Is it worth putting this on Lan or Lan? Oh, that's nice. What is your armor at the moment? 19. Oh, right, yep. Just like, wait a minute, why is that high? It's because he's a monk. Gets his wisdom to his armor. Wisdom bonus, if any, to his AC and CMD. Plus 1 AC and CMD at level 4. Nice. Why is it there twice? Interesting. Apologies, random coffee fits are no fun. I think we can do it.
Lead
Oh, that's a
on.
lizard. Alright, let us save. Ferocious monitor lizard.
You are
Yet
today's
another obstacle.
sacrifice!
Okay, so there's 2 of them. Ooh, it went first. Uh-oh. $23, 18. Go for the more dangerous one first. I think so.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Okay.
Stab their backs.
Go for their hearts!
Bird. Ooh, that was a big hit.
No glory without risk.
You won't survive me.
A large aggressive creature was kept in this cage. Judging by the bent bars, that creature is now loose. Not anymore. Give this a go.
I hope you appreciate this.
Amulet, potion quest. Nice. Was there else in here? Okay, well. Why is there a green glowy circle there? Oh, it's on the hook. Alright. So it's red, blue, green, yellow. Is there anywhere on the map that has a similar thing? Ah! Green, blue, red, yellow. Green. Blue. Red. Yellow. No? Is that not correct? I stand corrected. It's yellow, blue, red, yellow.
Ah, not this time. I am helping. helpful, am I not?
Uh-oh. Scylla peers closely at the sword, which seems utterly unexceptional to you. Wait, this is... No, it can't be. Her eyes light up. I know that hilt. Radiance, the sword of the great Yaniel? That's what this is, but it's meant to be in the Tower of Estrad with all the other relics. That's what I heard, at least. Well, of course, this rusted piece of metal must be the very same sword. Camellia rolls her eyes. I think you merely wish that this were an illustrious sword of legend. You don't get it. I've seen this sword 100 times, in paintings and in the hands of in the Yeniel statue. I've even thought of going to the Estrad Museum to see the real thing in person. How did it get here? Items received. Radiance. Cool, I got an achievement for that. So what's special about it? Sealer frowns. Now, nothing, I guess. But the sword was legendary in its day. People say that when Yeniel held it, the blade would glow, striking demons left and right. Soldiers would see Radiance's light from afar and take heart, rushing into the fray and winning. But I don't know what's wrong with it now or how to restore its power. All I can sense is that they made a mockery of it. You're empathizing with an object? Extraordinary. Are all paladins so tender-hearted and sensitive? Sensitive in a way, yes. We're highly attuned to evil and everything wrought by demons. Radiance was in evil hands, and as a paladin, I can tell you they did nothing good to it. Okay? So who's Yeniel? No? You've never heard of Yeniel? She's famous all over Galarian. She was a great woman. She was born in Mendev, and when the crusade started, she couldn't just sit idly by. She dedicated her life to the crusade. People say she was audacious and spirited. She was always the first into battle, and she never sacrificed other people's lives for tactical advantage. That's how she's been remembered, as an incredible warrior who seemed to blaze with righteous fury. In all of the images of her, she looked capable of driving all the demons back to the abyss single-handedly. But then something happened between her and her commanders. Maybe they envied her, maybe there was more to it than that, I don't know, but anyway, she went into the world wound without her fellow soldiers, and she didn't just survive the mission, she even brought back crusaders she'd rescued in there. Can you imagine? She died as she lived with pride. She was one of the people defending Dresden in the very end. That's where she perished. Sealer frowns. Don't take this the wrong way, but I really hope that she died quickly, a hero's death, because if she didn't, that means she was taken prisoner and had to endure unspeakable horrors. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Dresden. Founded as a city fortress during the hubris of the First Mendevian Crusade, Dresden was overtaken by the demonic hordes of the World Wound. It now stands as a demonic monument to the foolish naivety of those early crusaders. Oh, that's kind of awful. You know a lot about Yaniel. Are you a fan of hers or something? I suppose you could say that. Sealer chuckles. I've always felt an affinity with Yaniel. I know what it's like to not be what your commanders want you to be. Whenever I used to feel under pressure, I always thought of Yeniel. Maybe some people didn't like how she was, but to the people she pulled out of the world wound, she was perfect. And to the people she saved on the battlefield, she was incredible. And to those who kept her memory alive, she is a hero. That's what counts. How could a priceless relic end up down here? Yeniel disappeared, but by some miracle, Radiance was recovered from the battlefield. No one else has ever wielded it. It is Yeniel's blade and always will be. That's why it was put in the Tower of Estrad with the other Crusade relics. But now it turns out that somebody stole it. Sealer laughs. I have this weird feeling like I'm rescuing a fellow warrior from a dungeon. We can't just abandon it, even if it's no use to us. It's no use to anyone down here. But what if it could be repaired? Alrighty, let's keep moving. I'll take some. potions? Nothing else?
What's
Cool.
on your mind? I
Drink a
wonder.
potion, please. And a second one. You're gonna need a third. God damn it. Much better. Just one of those, please. Thank you. Alright. I think that's everything. Glad I worked out that puzzle. That would have been annoying. Over there. Right. Oh, that could have been a big red herring all the way back here. Although there's 6 portraits, so... I don't need that. We need to talk to Chief Soul again. I think we do. Best of luck. When the time comes, we will follow. Okay.
Always watch your back.
No loot on the map. Excellent. Let's go.
While the survivors wander the dungeons, the battle on the surface rages on. The warriors of Canabras are trying to defend the Wardstone, but their strength is flagging. Their resistance is valiant, yet it will all be in vain if no one rises up to turn the tide.
Missed the push pass. Don't mind me, just want to loot. Okay. Upstairs, let's go. Well, you're having a fucking party, aren't you? The half-orc before you, wearing armor adorned with Iomede's golden swords, is clearly exhausted. She obviously hasn't got much sleep over the last few days. There's soot on her face and fresh blood on her sword. Her hazel eyes are hard and focused, and her firm voice sounds accustomed to giving orders. She sizes you up, surprised, judging whether you are friend or foe, and opens her mouth to ask you something but freezes when she spots Anevia. Aw. That's kind of cute.
By the goddess, Nevi, I'd almost lost all hope.
Everything's fine, Beth. I'm here. I'm here. This here is a new friend. She rounded up those of us who survived the fall and led us up to the surface. Without her, we'd never have made it out. Let me introduce you to my wife, Arabeth Tirabade.
Oh,
Head
it's your
of the Eagle
wife.
Watch.
Aw, they both survived. Yay.
Until the army arrives, I'm the temporary warden of Canabras. And you're just in time. As you can see, we're in the middle of a battle. And thank you for getting Anevia out of there. The Grey Garrison. Until recently, it served as barracks for the Crusaders, but it's now been taken over by cultists.
Lovely. What is the target of this battle?
When the demons attacked the city, their main target was the Wardstone. I trust I don't have to explain to you what the Wardstone is and how important it is to the Crusaders. We must retake it at any cost, or the fall of Canabras will be the beginning of the end of the Crusades, and with them, the rest of the world.
That's unfortunate.
I see that you had a difficult journey to the surface. You need to rest. But there's a lot riding on this battle. I have no right to command you, but I'm asking you to help us.
Important information about the location of a cultist den.
Very good. Report to me in full when we get back to the Defender's Heart. It's our temporary headquarters. Right now, the most dangerous cultists are here. The ones occupying the Grey Garrison.
We met some mongrels who live beneath Canabras. This is Lan.
Most people in Canabras think that the children of the First Crusaders are simply a legend. Other people say that the day you emerge on the surface heralds the start of the end of the world. I'm not superstitious, but the situation is apocalyptic, all right. Having a living legend on our side can't hurt.
Come on, living legend? A walking folktale, maybe? I just need to make sure I don't turn into a running joke.
Okay, that was pretty good. What's the situation in the city?
The city's gone. Most of the defenders, including the Dragon Terendelev, fell in the first few hours. The civilians either fled or died in the chaos. The place is overrun with cultists and demons.
Don't talk like that. Canabras hasn't fallen. Not while it still has defenders like you and me.
Sweet words don't change the grim truth.
Well, aren't you a Debbie Downer?
No, she's right. Thank you, Knight. Until we no longer have the strength to hold a weapon, until Iomedae abandons us, we will fight for Canabras.
Tell me about the Wardstone. Why is it so important?
The Wardstones are a gift of Iomedae. Created personally by her herald, a mighty angel, and a general of the celestial armies. The Wardstones keep the world wound from expanding. They stand along the border of the territory controlled by the demons, creating a barrier to keep them inside. The Canabras obelisk was the first to be placed. It is the key to the whole barrier. We cannot leave it in the hands of those monsters from the abyss.
How did the Wardstone end up in the Grey Garrison?
The demons have long laid siege to Canabras, but this time, their lord Dascari appeared in the flesh. He ripped the Wardstone from the ground and hurled it halfway across the city to here. I thought the stone was destroyed, but it seems all is not lost, yet. Dascari has gone, but the Wardstone is surrounded by a horde of those creatures. What are they going to do to it? Nothing good, that's for certain.
But how did he do that? He's a demon! The Wardstone should have burned his filthy hide!
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting point.
It should have. But what happened, happened. We don't know why.
Let's not waste any time to battle.
That's the spirit. You, take Anevia to the rear. The rest of you with me.
You hear labored breathing interspersed with disgruntled muttering. August is holding a rapier hilt in a white-knuckled grip. A bead of sweat trickles down from his temple.
Lord Horgus Gwyrm, forgive me. I did not realize we had civilians among us. My people will escort you somewhere safe. To the extent that anywhere in Canabras can be said to be safe right now.
That's right. Fighting spirit is the one thing that we've got plenty of. Actual fighting power, that's not so great. Fighting know-how, even worse. But fighting spirit, at least we're rich in that.
Thanks, Lan.
For Ioma Day! For the Queen! Kill the beast!
Irabeth raises her blade, and the soldiers, inspired by her cry, rush into battle with renewed vigor. Roll fucking masterwork, god damn. Last chapter to the west of Vale Island. Start with Gwen. Power to wisdom warps to all who possess it. Once a person becomes accustomed to a special position in society, they develop a condescending attitude to others. This attitude remains even when society itself crumbles around them. August Gwerm is a man blessed by noble birth and no small amount of superiority. He found himself in unusual circumstances. He persists in clinging to his riches and power even as their value dwindles with every passing minute. August Grime's first priority is finding a way to the surface. He is willing to pay generously for a guide and hire the finest bodyguard money can buy. Unfortunately for August, the best bodyguards are not in the vicinity. Okay. Spies amidst our ranks. People of Canabras placed too much faith in the city's long-established peace, which made them careless of negligence. The Tower of Estrad, known to all citizens as the museum where many crusade relics are kept, has been taken over by a band of demon worshippers. There is no doubt that they were drawn to the location by the museum's treasures, many of which possess intriguing magical properties. Show the cultist dispatch to the commander of the Crusader forces. The dispatch belonging to the leader of the demon worshippers in the catacombs revealed that there is at least one group of secret cultists operating in the city. The person in charge of Canabras' defense should hear about this. That is, of course, if such a person exists. If the city is still standing, show Irabeth the dispatch. Can I? Oh, okay. That's what that does. Excuse me. The city that for years guarded the border between the World Wound and the rest of Galarian is no more. Canabras has been reduced to a flaming ruin where a desperate battle is raging. Everything hangs in the balance. Will the story of the Crusades end here and now, or will mortal kind have one last chance for victory? Help the Crusaders attack the Great Garrison. What was the point in getting to the surface just to end up in another bloodbath? The underground passage led straight into the Great Garrison, where cultists and Crusaders were battling for control of the old barracks. Things could be worse, though there are enemies nearby. There are allies to be found as well. Okay. This is insane. Did I complete this, or is that what the V means? Oh, okay. Cool. How big is this map? So, that's where they went. That's why we came through. We can go this way slightly. What's the more weight? I gotta know. Go much budge. Looks like it's locked from the other side. Okay, that's fine. You are playing with the auto end turn option enabled. This option allows the game to end the turn automatically when a character finishes its intended and move actions. Do you want to leave this option enabled? Yeah, sure.
Endure this!
Lovely. Oh, this is going to be a long rolling battle. We can come back for loot in a minute. Hey, there you go, bring them. Moving up. Lovely. Staunton Bay. That's interesting, eh? Approach. Sharpshooter. Well, it's not what we wanted, but oh well, here we are. Well, that looted that as well. Cool. Onwards and upwards. Hey, I know you. So you're one of these cultists. How's it going, pal? Wanna join? Your lot will be dead soon and will be alive. I can't. Come on, leave those losers. The Crusades are over. Soon the demons will rule the whole world. Oh boy. Here's nothing. All hail Baphomet, cowardly traitor. I swear to the sword of Iomedae, you will answer for this.
Save the last one for me.
Oh boy, that's a lot of enemies.
This is my chance to run.
Oof. Why'd you have to hit me? The character was attacked while flat-footed. A flat-footed creature. The creature is flat-footed when it doesn't expect to attack. In this state, it loses dexterity bonus to AC.
Terrible
Arms
mistake.
vulnerable. Oh, I've died. Lovely. Lovely. During the first round of every combat, every creature is flat-footed until it has its turn to act. Initiative. Creature is also treated as flat-footed when it can't see an enemy. It might happen if it's blinded. Or the enemy is visible when there are more enemies in melee than your allies. They outflank you. Hi Emily, how you doing? They outflank you, treating your character as flat-footed and getting an attack bonus. Character whose AC depends on the dexterity bonus need to raise their initiative, for example, by taking initiative feats or battle. Try encircling enemies, opening up light spaces such as doors or controlling their movements with spells like. Okay. Fuck, do I get my character off the floor? Or is it just suffer? That did nothing. Good. That was a waste of a turn. Fucking hate that. Doing good, girl. Chilling at the moment. Hope streams are good. I've been having fun. It's been good for me.
Make every strike count.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Yeah, that figures. Well, this side definitely looks the worst. Alright. Need to get rid of some of everything, if I'm being completely honest.
I'll cut you wide open.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
I honestly thought he'd kill him. Oh well.
The light take you.
Five people that are conscious over here. Loving this game. It looks awesome. Yeah, it's a good bit of fun. Should we get this kid? There are only 2 people over here. Maybe we send Lan over this way. Yeah, the ones with horns have more HP. Go figure, they can be. You're on our side. You are not. already attacked. Let's just leave it there for now. Lovely. Still dying. Love that. What? Maybe you guys will be fine over there. Glorious. Nice try. Amelia! You wander over there. I'll be back in a moment. My cat has knocked something over. There's more dudes back. Terribly sorry. I have a cat that wants attention. Alright. Amelia is going to have a very bad day.
You won't survive me.
Damn it. I think there's only a few more dudes on the left side, so we're gonna leave paladins to do their thing. Okay. I'm gonna try and deal with this side. To be fair, we did get a dredge, and that's bad. Smite. Hope that this doesn't take so long that my character dies. Rude. Yemen. Voltage. Rude. Healing. Yeah, what do you have? Great. Feel like wounds. Or it can upgrade the hits it kills it.
The spirits demand your blood.
Yeah. We tried. shop should have worth it.
Endure this!
Potion. That bitch. Oh, there's a wizard.
This will leave a bruise.
By those guys, I guess.
You are today's sacrifice.
Lovely. I can get in range to shoot the wizard. Let's do that.
Make every strike count.
Beautiful.
The inheritor, guide my blade.
Heal potion. That's unfortunate.
Go for their hearts.
You've crossed the wrong line.
Take everything not nailed down. Oh. Ah. Let's just go pick something. Why do I have a potion to kill me? Alright, can you cast? This is 2d8. This is 3d8.
Well,
Much better.
Rely on me.
That's so disappointing. You're only missing 2. That's fine. We can deal with that.
I'll watch your back.
Need a potion for safety. You have significantly less hit points than 2 of the people in the party. Alright, let's
The
go.
spirits guide me.
Here we go. Huh. All demons have resistance to some types of energy damage. Good to know. Now it is time for some drink.
Do we have guests? Just in time. The place is a bit of a mess, and I haven't even poured the blood into the goblets yet. Why don't you... Oh!
You're a truly odd duck. The face of this demoness could be called pretty if it had eyes. Her mouth slowly opens wide into a smug grin. Oh, lovely.
What an unexpected surprise! Staunton, my little sweetheart. Long time no see. I've missed you so much. Have you missed me? Admit it, you missed me terribly.
Oh boy.
Monaco. You again, you wench!
The aged dwarf from Irabeth's troops, silent up to now, spits on the floor. His hardened, craggy face, like a storm-weathered stone, twists as if in pain. Oh boy. They have history.
Minago, the one who... Be careful. She's one of the deadliest creatures in the whole demon horde. She was once responsible for a massacre in Canabris. She must be back to finish what she started.
Nago, the powerful Lilitu Monago is one of the demons whose names in Mendev are always spoken with a curse. She's the author of two of the most horrific atrocities in the history of the Crusades, the Fall of Dresden and the Red Morning Massacre in Canabris. Oh, fun. Staunton, do you know this demon?
Does he know me?
Oh, I should have picked a chaotic one.
Staunton, darling. Tell them all how close we were.
That wench? She's the one who led me astray. She's the reason my life has gone to the abyss. She's the reason why Dresden fell.
Oh my, like butter wouldn't melt. What I remember is how eagerly you would run to our trysts, how you begged to see me again, how you promised you'd do anything I asked. By your own free will, you said this. And now you claim that Dresden fell because of me. No, my dear. That was entirely your own doing.
I'll beat your lying lips into your filthy throat!
That's a good threat. I like that.
Now, Staunton, don't say things like that. Not about these lips, the ones you kissed so sweetly. Staunton, dearest, don't you love me anymore? Remember how good we were together? I was so hoping that we could patch things up.
Oh boy.
I'll kill you!
We are the light. They are the darkness.
Oh, fucking murdered again. What the fuck is that? It's got 30 hit points. Oh boy. Energy resistant, acid, cold, and fire. Immune to electricity and poison. Good, good. Ah. Let's move up slightly. up so you don't have to move when it's your turn. So you can smack. What we got? We got a sharpshooter, a wizard, sharpshooter, cultist, demons. You missed, didn't you? Good job. Alright.
I'll
Stab
cut
him.
you wide open.
Goodbye. Oh! That's not good. Look at the paladins go.
I'll loot your corpse.
My god. Please just hit. Ow. Far out. Why?
I need a moment to recover.
Oh boy, I'm gonna go down again.
You won't survive me.
Damage reduction. We have damage reduction. Cool. I did not put another scroll.
The spirits demand your blood.
I'm alright. I'm alright.
Terrible mistake.
Go.
This will leave a bruise. Into the fray!
Stop it, fast. Get him.
Endure this!
It's going better than it has any right to, but oh well, here we are.
You are today's sacrifice.
Yeah. Rude.
I'm alright. I'm alright.
Eat potion.
The inheritors.
Stab.
Guide my blade.
Go. Alright. Have more potion. I am gonna need you. My phone stop. Lovely. Ah. 1, 2.
I heed the voice of the spirits.
Efna.
Yep. $15. I mean, it could be worse.
A bright future awaits us.
Still better. Oh. Should I give you one of those? And then we take that for shits and giggles. That would be great. Grab some more potion. I don't think I can hit a DC 21, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would totally do that. Alright. Alright, let's continue on, I guess.
Six.
Ooh, cutscene. As soon as you step into the chamber, your vision seems to darken and your knees buckle. You struggle to keep your balance. The air in here is laden with power coming from the stone. Suddenly your head is filled with voices, screaming, whispering, cackling, threatening voices pleading for help, shrieking curses and taunts. You blink and the illusion passes.
Congratulations. You made it all the way here. This is it. Your precious ward stone. But what are you planning to do now, I could kill you where you stand. But wouldn't it be nice if you could die in battle like heroes? No. I want you to die in despair, scrabbling around like rats in the blighted ruins of your city, blind and broken, your flesh scabbed and seeping, and every moment knowing precisely what was done to you.
Delightful.
Sounds terrifying. Except that's how we've been living for generations.
There isn't a soul that can resist the temptations of the abyss. Even a stone can be turned. I'm not joking. Your precious ward stone, weakened from the injury inflicted by Discari, has almost succumbed to my charms. Soon the whole barrier around the world wound, the gift of your useless goddess, will be a weapon of the abyss. Just a little more and boom. Every city with one of these eyesores stuck in the middle of it, from Canabras to Nerosian, will turn into smoking craters, and all the mortals into red sludge beneath our hooves.
Again, delightful.
So you have a choice. Especially you, my pet. Kiss me on my dainty hoof. Pledge your loyalty to Baphomet. And when the world falls, its ruins shall be yours.
Baphomet, Demon Little Beasts. We've already done that. Cool. Who the fuck are you?
You've already forgotten me. You mortals have awfully short memories. Even shorter than your little lives. Staunton, sweetums. Don't you want to introduce me to your friends properly? No? Well, I'd better do it myself. I am Minago, Lily 2 and faithful servant of Baphomet, and leader of his armies. The city is mine now. I'm just starting to settle in, get things just how I like them. But once I'm finished, I promise you, the results will be simply to die for.
Uh-huh.
And it was such a charming little place until you sullied it with your presence. It had such lovely boulevards, quiet and shaded. You took those away from me, and I shan't forgive you for that.
They
They've done much worse things than spoil the promenades. All the people they've killed.
Yes, of course, you're right. I grieve for the common folk as well.
I grieve for the common folk as well. My God, Camellia. What are you doing to the stone?
Well, quite what am I doing to it? Probably the same thing I did to many of your comrades. Sweetly and tenderly persuading it to abandon the mortals and join our side.
Prepare to fight to the death, demon! We won't let that happen.
Good. Chaotic good, so that should be fine. Just feel the sudden rush of wild rage, and with it comes a feeling of monstrous, unbridled, destructive power. It is like the power you felt in the shield maze when you were confronting Sava Malek, but now it feels more fully fledged, more conscious. Shut your filthy mouth, scum. Why is evil? Demon mythic path. Woo! Good. Your victory celebrations are a little premature, demon. We will stop you, demon. Attack. Let's go with the good option, I guess. Hopefully this doesn't lock me in. I don't want this path. Echoing the holy flame erupting from your hand, the light also gets brighter and brighter until it floods the chamber. You hear the voices again, stronger now. They repeat the words like a choir of angels. Performed an action that was good. Woo!
Hey, no eyes! Didn't you tell us that heaven had turned its back on us and no one would come to our aid?
Demon giggles, but you hear a note of astonishment in her laughter. The man standing among the portals turns to her. And listen to her. The fiend wants us to lose all hope. She won't succeed.
I'm done with this shit! I only followed this hoofed menace because I thought the Crusaders had it, and there was no other way to protect my family. But now I see that there is hope. I won't bow before these heinous idols ever again. If they kill me, at least I'll die a decent death.
Fair enough. Both us glanced at each other, hesitating. At last, the man who was first to speak up against Monago ripped Baphomet's unholy symbol from his chest and cast it to the floor. Lovely.
Yes! Return to our side, friends! Have courage! We will welcome you back, and heaven never abandoned you, no matter what this deceiver told you.
They're all dead.
Turncoat, I'll cut out your heart.
Yeah.
We'll see how tough you really are. We'll let you frighten us once, but it won't happen again.
Neophyte cleric. Oh boy.
Time to rob them of their treasures.
Okay, so we got two people from them on our side. That's doable, I guess. Just need to check. This does the same thing as the Masterwork Sword. Okay. I'm so gonna die. Yoda outsider witch. Oh, she level 20. Oof. That's the wrong button. Okay. I think we are straight up dead.
Operare sentence.
Make every strike count.
Go, Staunton.
Just how it feels. Don't worry about me.
Cool. There goes the Paladin and our Shaman. The character Scylla has failed a saving throw against the ability Lightning Bolt used by the enemy Nago. Many malign spells allow the target to make a saving throw to elude, blah blah. Cool. I don't know how to get people up off the ground. This did nothing. Cool. Like a healer's kit? What basic medicines essential for using the treat affliction ability? I don't know how to fix on the ground. Like, I would assume that it's just heal a bunch, but I have been proven wrong 3 times now? So... yeah. I could have got to her. Or very close, at least. Hold this up. Holy shit, it worked for once. Kind of. Let's just go this way slightly. Nice. Yeah, that'll do it. And now she's all alone. This doesn't help us, by the way. She's still level fucking 20. Also, our paladin is dead. God fucking damn it. Good move and attack. She's taken 3 damage. I get the distinct feeling that this is either meant to lose or, like, I've missed something.
Your death awaits.
Yep, cool. Frequently miss the enemy. Minago, there are many spells and abilities that your armor won't protect you against. To work, they need to touch the target. This is a touch attack. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, hold hold D3. Alright. Stand up. Okay. What spells you got? Oh, you just straight up have a spell to... Oh. Dismiss. Area, spell effect will. Just be out of combat and 100 range of the spell effects. Okay, well, that doesn't help. Fucking give it a go. That actually did damage. That's almost more disappointing than I expected it to be. Go land.
The wrong mongrel.
You missed. I'm just gonna fucking die. I'm really hoping this isn't supposed to be. I just fucking damn it. Cool.
Cover me.
Fucking this is the best we got.
You won't survive me.
Why did you hit, man?
This is my chance to run.
That's it. I'm tired of playing around now. You want to know what will happen when I'm done with the Wardstone? Here's a little demonstration.
Okay, so it wasn't meant to lose. Got it. The Demoness whispers a spell, and a wave of darkness sweeps through the chamber. Your companions wince in pain, but it is nothing compared to what you feel. Thousands of voices once again burst into your mind, drowning you in their moans, screams, and sobs. Pain rocks through your skull. Good. Your evil spells won't stop a righteous army. Evil, you will pay for this, demon scum. You will pay dearly. You will break us. We will never give up. Go it good. Your evil spells won't stop a righteous army.
Iomade is with us!
You performed a good action. Woo!
Yes, yes. Keep telling yourself that.
The roar of voices blends into an unbearable ball of screaming. Your vision grows dark. This is fine. When you meet an enemy with a forbiddingly high AC, try working around it. Use spells and abilities that lower the target's AC, or ignore a part of it. For example, those which require a touch attack. Yep.
Praise Iomade, you woke up. Healing your wounds was easy, but you were unconscious for so long, I was starting to worry we'd lost you.
What happened?
We couldn't stand up to the Demoness. Her spells were too strong. It's all right. We'll handle it somehow. You blacked out, but Staunton and I managed to get you here to the Defender's Heart. It used to be a tavern, but now it's our headquarters. We're gathering our forces here, and we're preparing to strike back.
Nice. Before we continue with all the stuff that you need to tell me, I found a cultist dispatch in the dungeon. It seems they're holed up in the Tower of Estrad.
Demons have been filling Canabras with their spies and infiltrators for a long time. Unfortunately, I don't have enough people to attack the place right now, at least not blindly. I'd be grateful if you snuck in there and scouted out the situation. But just scouting. Don't be a hero.
What's the situation in the city?
Bad, but not hopeless. We're constantly getting news, and new sources of resistance keep springing up in the districts where everyone seemed to be dead. The survivors are gathering here. You should see them. Their faces, their eyes burning with determination. The city is destroyed, but our resistance is not broken. We will keep fighting.
What do you plan to do next?
You heard what the demon said. They're going to desecrate the Wardstone and blow up the whole barrier around the World Wound. That would be an even worse disaster than the World Wound's expansion before the Second Crusade. Not only Canabras, but every city with a Wardstone will be destroyed, including the capital. We can't allow that no matter what. We will retake it, even destroy it if we must. Iomade's gift must not become a weapon of the Abyss.
Tell me about the Wardstone. Why is it so important? I know I've already asked this question, but I'm going to ask it again anyway.
The Wardstones are a gift of Iomade. Created personally by her herald, a mighty angel, and a general of the celestial armies. The Wardstones keep the World Wound from expanding. They stand along the border of the territory controlled by the demons, creating a barrier to keep them inside. The Canabras obelisk was the first to be placed. It is the key to the whole barrier. We cannot leave it in the hands of those monsters from the Abyss.
Alright, can I help you in any way?
First of all, we need to decide what to do with the stone once we get it. What I'm about to say is classified. A traveler came to the city recently. A blind elf calling himself the Storyteller. He insisted he be allowed to examine the ward stone, and he raised the alarm when his study was finished. Even before the demon attack, he had found some damage or flaw in the stone.
Oh, that's not good.
Prelate Hulrune dismissed his words as nonsense, borderline blasphemy. But between you and me, the prelate's opinion isn't worth much. I think the storyteller knew what he was talking about. We could use his advice right now, if only we knew where he was. I remember the storyteller spent a lot of time talking to Staunton, a dwarf from my unit. You saw him during the demon attack. The elf asked him about the history of the Crusades. Maybe the storyteller told Staunton something about where we could find him if anything happened.
Could be useful either way.
There's another problem. After the attack, the demons began to gather their forces at the Grey Garrison. It'll be even harder to take them with a head-on assault. But I once heard soldiers talking about a secret entrance to the garrison. Trouble is, I have no idea where to look for it. While you explore the city, please keep your eyes open, in case you find something we can use.
Okay.
And one last thing. The Eagle Watch has lost a lot of soldiers recently. Some were killed, but others simply haven't been seen since the attack. In the chaos that is now Canabris, it's next to impossible to confirm anything for sure. One of the missing fighters is Janna Aldori, a new recruit in the Watch. She got along well with Sela, and she often went drinking with her. I honestly thought Sela and Janna had died together. But now Sela's returned with you, and there's no sign of Janna. If you learn anything of her whereabouts when you're out in the city, please report back.
Alright.
May the goddess help you. We're still fighting, which means that Canabris still hasn't fallen. If you come across any groups in the city that can fight, send them here to the Defender's Heart. We'll need every fighter we can muster for the final assault. Yes, one more thing. If you're in the area, check out this address. It's our house. Mine and Anevia's. Well, it was our house. If the building is still standing, open the hidden compartment in the kitchen. It's filled with supplies for a rainy day. You can take whatever you find. You have more need of it.
Terrorblade residence has been revealed. Woo! Almost 19 times over my character capacity. Love it. Rest. Personal chest. Our cat's feral instincts provide a +2 morale bonus on perception and law nature check. Okay. Amulet. Boots. I don't know how to identify shit yet. Sure. Identifying items. You received the item's boots that no one in your party was able to identify. To learn the properties of the magic item, you need to identify it. Once the item is added to your inventory, the character with the highest knowledge arcana skill bonus will make a knowledge arcana skill check with a DC that depends on the specific item. If the check is successful, you will immediately learn every magical property the item has. If the check is failed, you can automatically identify the item at any vendor. Upon increasing the knowledge arcana skill, the character will make another attempt at identifying unidentified items in your inventory. Oh. Is that a cat or a dog? Hi, Anevia. Hey, wait, mind if I bend your ear about something? Anevia is outside your door, leaning casually against the shelf. So here's the first and most important thing. Beth gave you a crucial mission, I get that. And I know you'll get the job done, I saw you in action. But here's the rub. By sending you out on an errand, we're weakening our defenses here. If they come at us while you're gone, I don't know if we'll be able to fight them off. Everything seems clear so far. What else do you wish to discuss? So, the rift that damn beetle left with its scythe? Yeah, well, it cut the city into two, and it's kind of difficult to get across. My scouts tell me there's a halfway decent place to set up a crossing in Market Square. Not that any of them tried it to make sure. But if you've got a mind to go across, and I think you're gonna have to eventually, you might want to give the square a once over. Okay, do you want me to stay here and guard the tavern? You what? No, your task is far too important. You can't just hole up here all cozy like waiting for the demons to knock on the door. We need to take the fight to them. But if those freaks try to make a move on this place, Beth will send a runner to get you. If that happens, you leg it back here, alright? Because if you don't, you'll be coming back to an ash pile. Got it. Yep, understood. When do you think the demons will attack next? Your guess is as good as mine. I might not be here. They could attack. Sorry. It might not be here. They could attack the whole damn city. Those vermin know they've lost the upper hand and that we're going to push back hard. If things kick off here, you should know after they attack, some things could be changed beyond recognition. So if you've got any business that needs taken care of, you'd better do it soon. Thanks for the warning. See you later. Oh, right. By the way, I was rummaging through my stash and found something useful from my old life, so to speak. Here's a little gift, from one rogue to another. It might come in handy. Scroll of invisibility and potions of... Oh, that's nice. Later, watch yourself out there. Cool. Okay. August. 1,000 gold coins for you, just as promised. You helped me back to the surface, and I duly paid you for escorting me. August Worm always keeps his word. Now, speaking of our future cooperation. August looks at you with unvarnished disapproval, his arms folded across his chest, his foot tapping impatiently. I have a job that would be perfect for someone like you. Naturally, I'll pay generously for your service. What do you mean, a job for someone like me? For an adventurer ready to sell their soul for booze and then lie down drunk in the gutter? Or do you think you're somehow different, a traveling knight, perhaps, a noble of heart but without a coin to your name? August sizes you up critically, then sighs and shrugs. You seem a reliable enough ally to me, and you did get me out of those Mongol caves. So why should I care what you do with my money once you've got it? Succeeded a perception check. August seems like one of those people who think the entire world owes them something. However, you hear notes of hysteria beneath his smug arrogance. It's all as though he's really quite nervous about taking great pains to conceal it. Noble birth doesn't give you the right to behave badly. I would ask you to refrain from such statements in future. Yeah. August puts his hand on his hip. Oh really? How impudent. Impudent! No one dares tell August Worm how to address the rabble. You're an asshole. So what does this job involve? You shall be my bodyguard. You see, I have good reason to return to my mansion here in Canabras. I still have... Well, it doesn't matter. It's none of your business. My mansion is a breathtaking building with a large garden in the wealthy part of the city. And now I have the yawns. This is great. Even after the demons attacked, every thief and fraudster in the city had tried to get inside, one way or another. I shudder to imagine the state it's in now. I have little hope that my guards were able to hold the mansion during the attack, and I expect that the servants fled when they saw the demons. Only Abadar knows what's happened there since. Therefore, I would ask that you meet me at my mansion and guard me there until I complete my business. Abadar, the god of cities, law, merchants, and wealth, also called the god of walls and ditches in Eastern Dragon empires, is known to be a patient deity, maintaining a strong neutral stance in his actions, and he strives to expand civilization and order among the peoples of Valerian. I would love to stop yawning. This is really getting annoying. I already asked the local paladins for help, but they have no desire to set foot outside this tavern. Damn cowards and traitors, that's what they are. Also, please do take Camellia with you. I trust that girl more than the rest of your gang. She is of noble birth after all. What kind of reward are we talking about? 1,000 gold coins. I got no chance. Double the reward and I'll think about it. Deal. I'm not interested. Your view of money is interesting. I need to get... Oh, hi, Kangster. How you doing? Semi-lurking at work. The 1k or 2k gold coins. Noble. Yeah. I don't think I can pass this reliably, so I'm just gonna go with the 1k. Marvelous, most excellent. Hawkins' face relaxes, smoothing a few of the tense lines. Ugh. I need to stop yawning, because now my eyes are watering. I'll proceed to my mansion at once and wait for you there. Meanwhile, you needn't worry, I know the city like the back of my hand, but do hurry unless you want me to lower your reward. Worm's mansion has been revealed. Cool. Seda. Amelia! Amelia looks you over pensively, toying with the snake-shaped bone amulet that dangles from her pale neck. Noticing your glance, she flashes you a cold, barely there smile. Greetings. It seems for a moment that she wants to say something else, but the pause grows too long and she slips back into cautious silence. Alright. Tell me about yourself. You want to know more about me than you already do? Why? Camellia arches a dainty brow. I talk to the spirits of this tormented land and they guide me in battle. I'll help you fight the demons, and I swear that you can rely on me in this matter. Isn't that sufficient? If I'm working with you, I'd like to know who I'm working with. I'm sorry. Where did you learn to wield a rapier so well? I had good teachers, although they don't get all the credit. I am a most diligent student. Camellia licks her parched lips. Your amulet is quite unusual. Where did you get it? Ah, my little trinket. It's so nice of you to notice, but I assure you this amulet is nothing but a bauble. Can a lady not be drawn to beautiful, useless things? Yeah, fair enough. You're much more relaxed during combat. Your battle cries are uninhibited. She blushes slightly and lowers her eyes. So you've noticed. To be honest, I find it embarrassing. You see, being a shaman means having the spirits of battle as my ever-present companions. In the heat of combat, they become rather, vocal. Anyway, as much as I enjoy our delightful conversations, the spirits are calling me. I must respond. Please excuse me. Amelia turns away, watching you out of the corner of her eye. Oh, cool, I leveled up. What do I get for this level? I get a feat! More sneak attack. Blade sense. Finesse training. Lovely. That's all automatic. Alrighty. Okay. She'll kill someone before telling you her middle name. Probably. That seems to be the vibe we get from her. Yeah, I'm still going with the same ones. feet. +2 on perception skill checks. You have 10 or more ranks. The skill becomes +4. Yeah. I don't think I want weapon focus yet. Familiarity with a specific type of armor increases the amount of protection you receive from it. Benefits. Select one type of armor. The AC bonus granted by the selected armor is increased. Doesn't seem worth it. As funny as it would be, as a damp here, the sunlight knocker about. I don't know. I haven't noticed any sunlight issues. Combat expertise, negative penalty to melee attack rolls, combat maneuver checks. +1 dodge bonus to your armor class. Eh? You may make an additional number of attacks of opportunity per round equal to your dexterity bonus with this feat. You can also make attacks of opportunity while flat-footed. Oh, that's neat. Persuasion and trickery. Trickery and use it UMD. Oh. Oh, that's tempting. Because I want to actually be able to use the magic items. Nope. Especially hard to kill. When your hit point total is below 0, but you are not killed, you can fight for one more round as if disabled. At the end of the next turn, unless brought above 0 hit points, you'll immediately fall unconscious. Handy. Spell synergy. Dodge. Dodge bonus to AC. Condition that makes you lose your dexterity bonus to AC also makes you lose the benefit of this feat. So like the flat-footed at the start of combat bullshit. Double slice. I really want double slice. Plus, fortitude, improved initiative would probably be a good one. We're healed by both the channeled positive energy used to heal the living creatures and channeled negative energy used to heal undead, but both only heal half the normal amount. You still take damage from positive energy used to harm undead, such as from channeled energy and moonlight. I remember reading a meme where someone asked a vampire directly if moonlight harms it. The vampire said no. Then the guy said moonlight is simply sunlight reflected off the moon. The vampire screamed when the moon hit it. Oh, that's hilarious. Reflex saves. I don't need that. Meta magic. Persuasive. I mean, it's +1 persuasion and perception. Normal ranks in one of these skills increase to +4. Precise strike. What do you do? Oh, it's a teamwork feat. Never mind. Skill focus. Get a +3 bonus to all checks involving chosen skill if you have 10 or more ranks. 6. No. No. Ability and stealth checks, though. +3 hit points for every hit die you possess beyond 3. Gain an additional. Additional +1 hit point. If you have more than 3 hit die, you gain +1 hit point whenever you gain a hit die, such as when you level. That's real tempting. Accomplished sneak attacker. Your sneak attack damage increases by 1d6. I do d8s. It's fine. I might take... full slice? Ignore the fact that it says strength. It's actually going to be dex. Because I have weapon finesse. I don't know if I get dex to damage, but it's fine. Actually, I don't think that actually does anything for me. That's annoying. Maybe I take tough for the extra hit points then. I'm gonna end up having to put strength up anyway. It should be fine. We'll go with the double slice. Finesse training! The rogue makes a successful melee attack with a bite natural attack. No. Dagger. Oh! Associate with builds and feet. I'm mostly just going with it, whatever I feel like. It's all good. Finesse training dagger when... Is one of these? Or... I have the distinct feeling that Kukri doesn't count. That's what I ultimately want. I'm not proficient in Kukris? What? Oh, I'm annoyed. Oh, where is it? Are you in here? Not in there. Downloaded a feature and it helped me greatly for my build. Someone took the time to compose a very useful chart. That's so good. I'm gonna muddle through. Martial weapon proficiency. I think I'm gonna have to do that. Because I would like to pick up Kukris. Whether or not I can find them is another thing entirely, but you know, here we go. Result. Done. Cool. Plus 10 perception. This is a very good day. Material components. Character Nyx has prepared a spell, Treat Affliction. It requires the material component first aid kit, which you don't possess. The material components are items necessary for casting a spell. If a spell requires any such components, they would be listed in the description. These items are expended when the spell is cast. You can buy the material components for spells from vendors. You can, for example, visit a safe place to shop. I have 3. Right there. Silly game. Alright. Do we have a vendor in here somewhere? You guys have names. There's Lynn. Olivia. Fawn Autumn Haze. Interesting name. Hi Gamble, how you doing? Strange figure towers over the bar, a huge ungainly man with skin so milky white that his blue veins are visible even from a distance. His bald head is equal parts lumpy and pitted, and blood-filled eyes stare impassively out at you from beneath his pale brows. The glass in the albino's large, clumsy hands look dangerously delicate, as if one twitch of those calloused fingers would be enough to crush it. A gold medallion engraved with a tankard gleams around his neck. Around his neck. What'll it be? Lots of good options. Tell me what you have. Oh, you have so much stuff. Once per day, you can use this item to grant your party total concealment against ranged attacks for 1 minute. Huh, nice! Dark Omen, aware of this ring, has the ability to cast spells spontaneously. It grants them the ability to cast the following spells: Rave, Enfeeblement, Scare, Ray of Exhaustion, Fear, Waves of Fatigue. To cast a spell, the wearer still needs to have the spell slot of the required level. Bag of Holding. Yeah, I would like that. Isn't this also like the holy symbol for one of the gods? Bottomless mug. That's fine. Anyway, will you buy weapons? Because I need to get rid of them. Craftsman of Collector, Craftsman of Collector. 33 daggers. Goodbye. Hit 16 masterwork glaives? Gee bus. That's a lot. Breastplate. Fueling sword. I don't know if anyone in the party can use this. Water stuff. Bye. I'll make one. Free dancer's boots. These boots grant the wearer a +2 confidence bonus saving throw against movement and parrying conditions. 8. I don't need that many punching daggers. +2 to persuasion. That's nice. Marching terror. 1d10 +1 slashing. Whenever this +1 glaive lands a hit on a new enemy for the first time, the target receives a 1d6 negative energy damage. And all other enemies at a 15-foot radius with pass will save DC 17 or become frightened for 1 round. Nice! Longbows. Not sell radiance. Pretty sure this is a quest item. Amulet of Natural Armor +1. This amulet grants the wearer a +1 natural armor enhancement bonus to AC. This bonus doesn't stack with other natural armor enhancement bonuses. Neato. Masterwork longbow. I will keep that for the moment. Chainmail. 5.5 grand's not bad. Don't think anyone can use this either. What does this ring do now? Ring of protection? Damn it. Wish I'd known that sooner. I don't want it. It's just for cooking. We don't need it. I need to put the plates. Alrighty, I did see a bag of holding. That one, please. Don't appear to have any, potions of inflict wounds. Apprentice lockpick. Oh. Yep, that's definitely no inflict wound stuff. That's kind of sad. What do we got? How many potions do I have left? 19. Is it? I can get 2 of the moderates. I can get quite a few of the light wounds, though. What's 1,600 gold at the moment? What am I doing? Just buy all the fucking light potions? Or do I splurge on a few of these? Literally only buying these for 3 people, so actually, no, we'll get a 6th. Who are you? The albino slowly takes your measure with his red eyes and finally, with a gentle sigh, says, Camel Hawks, vampire. Vampire is it? Then pour me a glass of whatever you serve our kind here. Camel coolly brings out something from under the counter, a flask of cloudy liquid. Here, fresh elf maiden blood, only for our kind. Awesome, thank you. How'd you end up in the Crusader City? How did anyone end up here? How did you, or them? With a huge hand, the tavern keeper gestures at the ragtag group assembled in the room. The world is big, but it's still there. But still, there isn't a place for everyone. People who no longer have a life anywhere else, they end up here. Potion and inflict serious wounds. Oh, you are a godsend. Law religion, check passed. Medallion you're wearing, that's a sacred symbol, isn't it? Are you a cleric of Caden Kalen? I'm a tavern keeper in the best city, the best there's ever been, and I pray to the best god there is. Nice. Any news in the city? The albino looks around. There are demons everywhere, and you showed up. Are there any places in the city worth visiting? If you mean places that normal people usually stay well away from, there are plenty, like the Pitaxian wine cellar. Gemel pauses for effect, like the name of the place alone should make you quiver in fear. Pitaxia. Pitax's origins lie with brigands from their neighbor to the north, Bravoy, who sought sanctuary amid the forests of the River Kingdoms. A band of vicious thieves made a hideout in a riverside hamlet known as Pitax. As they visited there year after year, their ill-gotten gold slowly transformed Pitax into something considerably larger than a simple, sleepy fishing village. Eventually, the bandits settled in Pitax permanently, building walls around the village, hiring sellswords to help defend against their enemies, and crowning themselves king of a newfound realm. With this, Pitax became a permanent fixture of the River Kingdoms, able to survive and thrive for nearly 4 centuries while others around it withered and decayed. Okay. It once belonged to a Pitaxian trade house, then King Iroveti came to power in Pitax, and property started changing hands. Soon after, the seller's shop assistant was found in a ditch, not all of him, mind, just his head. Numerian gangsters had taken possession of the place. They wanted to sell something stronger than wine on the street, and they ended up on the gallows. Then King Iroveti's number was up, so now the store stands empty, unclaimed. People say that a headless ghost wanders the place at night, moaning ghoulishly. Ooh. The taxi and wine cellar has been revealed. Nemerian. A once rising power poised to unite its neighbors under its banner, today Nemeria has fallen into decay. Here, savagery and science exist side by side amid the wreckage of a crashed starship from a distant world. Technomancers from across Galarian flock to research and exploit the technological wonders found within the otherworldly ruins. Meanwhile, tribes of primitive barbarians cling to age-old technology and eschew age-old tradition and eschew technology in favor of their own raw skill and martial prowess. This is a nation where, under the auspices of technological advancement and the betterment of civilization, a select few rule a subjugated nation as despots and tyrants, placing their own power and continued reign above the well-being of their citizens. Fun! After coming to the end of his story, unusually long by his standards, the tavern keeper takes a swig from his tankard. Just don't ask me how he makes any noise with no head. I wasn't there. I just tell it like I heard it. Fair enough, I have to go. Tavern keeper sees you off with a subtle twitch of his pale eyebrows. Okay, so I now know what certain items do. Ooh, it's so nice. Okay. Alrighty, so weapons. Yeah, it doesn't particularly matter. Armor! I can't wear this. I'll take some boots. Persuasion. Persuasion is currently at 8. Could be at 10 with the necklace. But probably best one. Alright. Necklace. Deflection bonus. Do these give a deflection bonus or just a straight up armor bonus? Give an armor bonus. We could make him have 20 AC. That could be fun. For a melee character, her AC is rather low, so you have to manage her closely. Is that for Camellia? Or me? I'm only the lowest by 1. Flat-footed and touch AC is pretty damn terrible, but you know, here we are. I might go with the ring on me, I guess, then. Yeah. Does this stack for you? It does. Wonderful. Alright, while we're here. Ooh, you have a key pool now. So many spells. She gets hold person. Yes! It's the best day ever. I got trickery and mobility. Fair enough. Paladin uses lay on hands to heal damage to one target. The target is no longer sickened. Nice! Armor focus. Again, good. Mobility, knowledge world, persuasion. Cool. Halt! Righty. have a name. Let's have a chat. Juno or Jonau, a young man in well-worn traveling clothes and simple wooden symbol of Erastil on his chest is efficiently cutting a linen robe into strips to use as bandages. Despite his visible exhaustion, he works with zeal, singing some tune about red braids and ripe sheaves of wheat under his breath. He raises his warm, chestnut-colored eyes to you. Are you one of the Crusaders? Thank you for defending those of us whose talents lie off the battlefield. I'm Jernau, servant of Erastil. Pleased to meet you. Erastil, also known as Old Deadeye and the Stag God, is one of the oldest human gods still worshipped in the Inner Sea region and is concerned with family, farming, hunting, and trade. During the Age of Creation, Erastil was among the gods who battled Rovagug when he sought to destroy Galarian, and who were eventually able to contain him in the Dead Vault at the planet's core. His religion dates back to before the Age of Darkness, when small farming communities and hunter-gatherers prayed to him for bountiful harvests and successful hunts. Legend claims that it was old Deadeye himself who crafted the first bow and gifted it to humans to overcome the challenges of the world. Even as the accomplishments of civilization mount, Erastil continues to embrace and represent the simpler pleasures life has to offer. Fair enough. What you doing? I only took my holy orders recently, so my god has only bestowed a little of his power upon me as yet. I'm sorry to say that the number of wounded fighters in this tavern is far beyond my power to heal, but there's a reason people say have faith in the gods, but look to yourself first. I may not be able to help the wounded with magic, but I can at least cut up bandages. Fair enough. Are you from around here? No, I was just passing through Canabras. I was sailing down that old man of ours and the great Selin River to a village by the name of Chili Creek. I happened to land in the city on the eve of the festival, and I'm ashamed to say I decided to stay for a day to enjoy myself. But I ended up staying in the city longer than I'd bargained for. Fair enough. Chili Creek, where is that? It's a small fishing village. It's not even marked on some maps, but people do live there. What they don't have is a priest. They have no one to heal their wounds, no one to offer prayers for a good catch, no one to give their dead a dignified burial, and the wild wound is a stone's throw away, so I'll be setting sail for Chili Creek to serve my god and my people. Once we've held Canabras, I'll be going there. If by the grace of the good gods we all survive this, you should come visit me sometime. You'll find the village here on the bank of the river. The priest marks Chili Creek on your map. Woo! Aren't you a young and inexperienced cleric afraid to go to the border of the world? I won't lie, I am afraid, but what can I do? Those villagers are simple people. Every day of their short lives is spent doing hard, honest work. That's exactly the kind of life I want, something simple but meaningful. If I had centuries ahead of me like elves do, I might have spared some 50 years or so to travel around the world. The young man says with a smile. Or maybe even 100. Why not? But I don't have time to spare, so I want to spend my short life in the place where I'm needed most, even if it's dangerous, especially if it's dangerous. I could use the help of a cleric. Jernal makes a helpless gesture. Erastil knows I'd be glad to help you, but it's no use. My spells are depleted and I have no training in potions or scrolls. See this robe I'm cutting up for bandages? It's the second to last one. Alright, I'll leave you to it. May Erastil watch over you. Hello, Fawn Autumn Haze. A tall, fragile-looking elf sits in front of you, eyes closed. He is pale as a ghost, his arms wrapped in a blood-stained bandage. You spot another bandage on his body under his clothes, but even in such a miserable state, he manages to keep calm. Raising his eyes to meet yours, he says faintly, "I'm Fawn Autumn Haze, at your service." His pale lips are reddened by blood, but you see no sign of pain or fear in his grey eyes. Do you need help? After giving you a cold, intense look, he shakes his head. "Do not trouble yourself. On my behalf, a local healer tended to me. Besides, I come from a resilient, hardy people. My body will endure both the wounds and the poison delivered through them." Okay. Who are you? "My name is Fawn Autumn Haze. I come here from Hyonin because I am a hunter and all minions of evil are my quarry. I won't say more than that. If you don't mind, we are strangers and of different races and culture. I'd rather not tell you more than necessary. Homeland of the Elven race on Galarian. Hyonin was almost completely evacuated by the elves just before the fall of the Starstone. They only recently, by elven standards, returned to Galarian to reclaim their ancient homeland and have become an isolationist realm, allowing few non-elven visitors to into their mist-shrouded capital, Ayadara. Okay, who wounded you? A sinner and accomplice to demons. The quarry I am hunting in this inhospitable place. I am Nyx. You can trust me. I might be able to help you." After a brief pause, Fawn says, It would be impolite to refuse such a direct and friendly offer. Who is your quarry here in Mendek?" "I was hunting a fugitive, a Descarite by the name of Kalesa. It pains me to admit that there are heinous malefactors such as her among my noble kind. I managed to catch up with her in Canabras, and I wounded her. Then demons appeared and the city was engulfed in flames. I was injured in the battle that ensued and couldn't free her soul from its service to her dark masters." He expressed no anger or hatred as he speaks, only compassionate sorrow. "Sorry for your misfortune. I hope things will turn out differently next time. You're not that great a hunter, it would seem. I'm sorry for your misfortune." He purses his lips. "There is no need for pity. Our ancient kind is blessed with great longevity. We gain a deeper understanding of the world than other races, and we learn our lessons better than anyone. That goes for learning from our mistakes as well. I survived, which means I will be more prepared when we next meet." "I wish to aid you in your hunt." Fawn covers his eyes wearily. "I thank you, but this is my mission, and I am used to facing all manner of terrors on my own. I do appreciate your willingness to help. If you happen to meet Kalesa, take caution. She has turned many innocent souls to the path of evil, and darkness has rewarded her with many gifts. Her appearance alone will tell you that. It is warped, the agate skin, the malicious stare of her blood-red eyes, the bestial teeth. She's more monster than elf at this point." Yeah, that ain't gonna work. What does Kalis look like again? "Failed. Her skin is dark, her hair preternaturally white, her red eyes can see perfectly in the dark, which, to my dismay, I have come to know from experience, but bright light causes her kind pain. I used an alchemical powder that explodes in a dazzling flash, and she cried out as if I'd stabbed her. It's clear this woman is a faithful servant of darkness. The marks that Kalesa's masters have left on her appearance say as much. Okay. I'd like to know more about you. I won't hold anything back, not who I am, why I made my way here, or who it is I am pursuing. Tell me about yourself." Other peoples tend to believe that identity is the sum of a person's actions and the events that happen to them. For them, I am one of a long line of warriors of Kyonin who, since his youth, has dedicated himself to hunting evil and injustice. For them, I am a successful and capable huntsman who has tracked down and slain a great many monsters. But I am an elf, and for me, my identity is a different meaning. It is shaped by the place where I was born, and that I love so deeply. I am shaped by what I find beautiful and what makes my heart quicken, by the fears that come to me in the dead of night, by the things I find so intolerable that at the sight of them my very core darkens and fills with poison. Thus, to tell you who I am, I would require many days and much candor, which is more than you and I have at our disposal. Why did you choose to become a hunter of evil? Because I am the son of a noble and proud nation. We are sometimes criticized for our arrogance, but no one dares doubt our honor. When a crime is committed, we cannot turn a blind eye. If we were to abandon our obligation to oppose evil, if we were to surrender this obligation to other races, we would also relinquish our preeminence. Okay. I have no more questions. Go. Fortune. Eagle Watch Crusader to the basement. Gonna be more people in the basement? No lands over here. Oh, wait, it's Dawson. Dwarf resembles an abandoned citadel, one whose high crumbling walls are still holding fast, but whose empty lightless windows make it clear that all inside is dead. Oh, it's you. Good work back there in the Grey Garrison. Name's Staunton Fane. If you've heard rumors about me, his face, which looks like it has never known anything as carefree as a smile, grimaces. Just so you know, everything people say about me, it's true. What do people say about you? They say that I am a traitor, as bad as Rilu Vorlesh, and I'm a disgrace, even among the ranks of the condemned, that Queen Galfrey should never have spared me, that I belong on the gallows. Oh, okay. Who's this? Arilu Vorlesh. Few names arouse as much rage among crusaders as Arilu Vorlesh, the Sarkorian witch who initiated the opening of the world wound, and later its expansion. Almost nothing is known about her life before the atrocity, except that Vorlesh was condemned for using arcane magic, which was persecuted in Sarkoris, and imprisoned in the Tower of Threshold near the city of Iz. This is where Aureliu Vorlash conducted the ritual that paved the way for the demonic invasion and left her land to be tormented by the demon lord Descari. By some mysterious means, the witch transformed herself, changing from an ordinary human into a half-demon. Over the following century, Crusaders encountered Aureliu Vorlash, or the results of her experiments a few times. But they learned nothing more of Descari's henchwoman. She holds a high position in the ranks of the Army of the Abyss and bears the title of Architect of the World Wound. Lovely! What are the Condemned? The Condemned is a military unit made up of petty criminals conscripted as disposable soldiers and frontline fodder in the Mendevian Crusades. Queen Galfrey, gonna have to expand that one, is the absolute monarch of the Crusader state of Mendev and leader of the Mendevian Crusades. While today the name of the Crusader Queen is known throughout the Inner Sea region, it's easy to forget that Galfrey did not start her rule of Mendev as a paladin of Iomade, but rather of Aradan. When the world wound opened and forever changed Mendev, Galfrey, I keep wanting to say Gallifrey, and that just... Yeah, Doctor Who. It's... yeah. Gallifrey was still an untested young ruler who was forced to deal with the death of her god while simultaneously rallying her nation against the abyssal threat to the west. She rose to the challenge, however, and her leadership was instrumental over the next several years, not only in protecting Mendev from demonic invasions, but also in holding the border against the World Wound. When the Church of Iomedae organized the First Crusade, it joined forces with Mendev to push back the demon armies. During these battles, Gallifrey time and time again distinguished herself with a keen grasp of tactics and skill at leadership. But this inspiration went both ways. In the Church of Iomedae and Gallifrey found in the Church of Iomedae, Gallifrey found something to replace her lost faith. By the time of the First Crusade, by the time the First Crusade ended with the apparent defeat of the demon armies, Gallifrey had converted and become a worshipper of Iomedae and had completely retrained herself as one of the Inheritor's most devout paladins. Eager to retain such a valuable leader at the head of the Crusades, the Church of Iomedae twice purchased and presented to the Queen a rare and expensive Sun Orchid elixir, which extends mortal life beyond its usual span. Thanks to this boon, the Queen has lived and led the Crusaders for more than a century. Oh boy! Why do they hate you so much? You really don't know. Staunton gives you a long, morose look, then sighs. I'm the reason why the Crusade forces are holed up in the fortress on the edge of the World Wound, instead of bringing the fight to the demons. We used to have a foothold in the Wound, the mighty, unassailable city of Dresden. We used to have it until it fell, and all because of my stupidity, I gave the enemy our main citadel. I was tried, they wanted to execute me, and rightly so, but the Queen intervened. She said that I should live and fight in order to undo what I had done, so that's how I live, decade after decade, fighting in the condemned. The dwarf shrugs. As you can see, I have fixed nothing, and I have earned no one's forgiveness. Are you going to spit in my face too? It wouldn't surprise me. Okay. I hope you earn forgiveness, lawful. You keep living and fighting with no hope of anything better because that's what the Queen ordered you to do. There is honor in that. You were given the chance to live, so live. Stop blaming others for what you've made of your life. Evil. Spit in Staunton's face. You were given the chance to live, so fucking do it! You think you're the first to come to me with sermons? The dwarf shrugs indifferently. You performed an action that was chaotic. Good. I need to talk to the elf. The whole city fell because of you. How is that possible? What do you mean, how? The knight glares at you from beneath his furrowed brows. If you don't trust the word of a condemned, go ask somebody else, like my little brother, Joran, and if you still don't believe it, what's it to me? But if you're about to ask me to recount the story of my disgrace for the 10,000th time, no. Okay. You really don't have any friends? I couldn't have survived this long if I were completely alone. Joran, my little brother, he keeps me going. He's never abandoned me. Everyone else shies away from me like they might catch what I've got. Big yawn. Even fighters in the condemned console themselves by thinking I got stripped of my rank, but at least I'm not Staunton. Commander Tirablade seems to be the only person in the whole army who remembers that I'm a soldier and not a drudge. She has no qualms about taking me into battle. She had some mud flung at her in the past, or so I hear. That's why she tries to keep an open mind about people. It's no surprise that she's the only one to hold onto her sense of reason in this farce. Okay. So many years in the condemned, surely you've paid your penance by now? That's not up for me Not up to me to decide. My life is in the Queen's hands. He falls silent for a moment, and then, in a trembling voice, he adds, "The condemned isn't the worst part. All these years I have prayed to Torag for forgiveness. Countless times I've gone to his priest. Countless times I've kneeled before his altar. If only the Father of Dwarvenkind would answer my prayers just once. Not to restore what I've lost, but just to tell me that I am still one of his children. But it seems he doesn't give a damn about me. What I what can I expect from mere mortals when my own God doesn't think I deserve redemption?" Oh, buddy. Who's Torag? Torag is known as the father of creation, is a stoic and serious dwarven god of the forge, protection, and strategy who values honor, planning, and well-made steel. He is an often distant deity, lending magical power to his clerics, but leaving his followers to make their own way through life, knowing that this will make them strong and determined. Fair enough. I need to talk to the elf who calls himself the Storyteller. Do you know where I can find him? Storyteller. Staunton strokes his beard in thought. A strange old fellow, that one. He used to sit with me for hours, asking about all sorts of things. He never offered judgment or comfort, he just listened. At first, I wanted him and his questions as far away from me as possible, but later I realized that talking to him did ease my burden a little. I hope he is alive and well. He's completely blind and feeble too. So if he's alone in the city, well, you probably know what that means. I do know one place he might be. Look for him in the Black Wing. It's a library here. I'll show you where it is on the map. I don't know what use a library is to a blind elf, but he loves the place. He would sit there day and night. Okay, Blackwing Library has been reviewed. Go then, maybe we'll see each other again. Okay. Data, citizen. Kayado. Hello, person with a name. I believe that help is already on the way. The Queen did not leave us to die. Will not leave us to die. Hi, Lan. Lan greets you with a nod as I'm standing on top of this woman. Here for a chat. I've been waiting for you to come and see what strange beast you've taken into your party. Okay. I'd like to know more about you. Let me guess, your first question is, can you wear a hat with your one horn? Am I right? I can't actually ask it. Yes. You speak Common much better than the rest of your tribe. Funnily enough, Common isn't all that common underground, Lan says, but your observation is correct. I used to live on the surface with my parents for a while and had a chance to learn a couple things. The language and the fact that every peasant who sees my scaly mug screams demon and runs away. Yeah, that's rough, bud. I don't know if you're interested, but my mum wasn't from an underground tribe. She was a smuggler, the kind that used the dungeons of Canabre to secretly move and store goods. One time, two gangs couldn't agree on how to share a prime cut, got into a fight, and the winners threw the losers down a hole, dead and living alike. My dad went to check if the corpses had anything useful on them and found a girl from the surface, barely clinging to life. An incredible feeling sparked between them, or maybe the girl just liked men with scales and a cat nose. That might be it. One way or another, he got her back on her feet, and he later even left his home caves. She left her smuggling behind, and they began an honest life together. That's the delightful story of how Old Land came into this world. The next chapter, however, my family and I never stayed in one place for long. We lived sometimes on the surface, sometimes underground. We couldn't find a place to call home. Living in the caves was hard on my mum, and my dad's appearance raised too many questions in Mendev. They're at war against the demons after all. In the end, my parents decided to stop making each other miserable and separated. My father and I returned to our tribe. I think the peasant's screaming demon had something to do with it. Or maybe Dad just couldn't stand life without rat tail soup. I wouldn't rule out the possibility. Okay. Did you come with me so you could see the surface again? No, that wasn't it. I just don't have much patience for certain types of creatures. Demons, I mean, if they want to destroy Canabre, I'll be on the side of the people they're attacking. Lan looks away. I'm not gonna pick the evil option. Lan, you're my companion. Companions should trust each other. I'm counting on you to give me honest answers, not excuses. Lan looks ashamed. I guess you're right. I shouldn't have been so evasive. It's just that some things are hard to talk about. My family, for example. You performed an action. That was good. Wonderful. My birth, health, take me, turned out to be a great misfortune for my parents. All because I'm relatively healthy. I'm the best thing that can come from a marriage between a cave-dwelling mongrel and anyone from the surface. A healthy child with the right number of hands and feet, no apparent defects, no missing organs or other problems. They saw hope in me, so risked having more children. They thought it would somehow be alright. A growl edges into Lan's voice. I could have had 4 brothers, the firstborn 2 years after me, and died 3 years later. He didn't have a nose, nothing even remotely resembling one. He could only breathe through his mouth. Mum and Dad were afraid to take their eyes off him, for fear he'd choke and suffocate on something. But in the end, it was his weak heart that killed him. There was another pregnancy, a birth. I pretended I was sleeping, but snuck out of my bedroom and listened under the door. All those hours, it was very strange, but I never heard the newborn screaming. Mum moaning, yes, the priest praying. Then I dared open the door a little and looked inside. The priest stood there, very pale. One of them was holding something, a small object that fit in his palm. He asked, "Do you know what this is?" And the other said, "I think it's a head." Please go on. Enough. You don't have to keep going if it hurts you. Very moving, but would you like to get to the point? Please go on. Lan pauses, exhales, and continues in a steadier voice. It turned out that this time Mum was expecting triplets. The first of the babies was born in pieces, and the 2 others didn't live long enough to draw their first breath. About 3 weeks later, my father took me into the caves. He didn't want to leave. I could see it in his face, but I think Mum and he decided it together. The curse my people have carried since the first crusade stood between them, not to mention the 4 dead babies. And old age was rapidly taking its toll on my father. After we returned to the cave, he only lived another 4 years. Oh boy, they have real short lives. So if you're asking me why I decided to go up with you to the surface and join the Crusaders, well, the answer is I've always wanted to. I was afraid to leave my tribe, but it always haunted me that I'd die in a world where 4 crusades could do nothing to stop the beast from the abyss, and the number of victims kept growing. I wanted to change that, or at least try to. And if changing things is too much to ask, then at least get a little revenge. The ones who were behind the world wound owe me a great debt. The lives of 4 brothers, all my mother's tears, my father's broken heart. It's a lot. It's so much that killing a couple of demons won't do it for me. I want to do something real and am ready to pay any price. Call it my personal crusade if you like. Lan gives you a slanted grin. I used to think that things would be better if I'd never been born, but now I think I was born for this, to settle the score. Why didn't you go up and join the Crusaders before? couldn't just abandon my tribe. I'm their best hunter. They'll have it much harder without me, but now that the demons have nearly destroyed Canabras, the caves almost collapsed on our head, and the caves almost collapsed on our heads. Sitting and waiting it out just wasn't an option anymore. Anyway, I'm more useful up here than I am down there, plus the chief let me go, which means my debt to the tribe has been paid. Would you like to find your mother? No. The word flies from Lan's mouth faster than an arrow. Then, after a pause, he continues. I don't want to meet her, not because I feel any resentment. It's just that she's a half-elf. She's barely got her first grey hair, and I'll be a ramshackle old man. She's buried enough children. There's no need to make her witness the death of another one. I hope you understand. I am very sorry, truly. Lan smiles, this time sadly. Well then, I'm very lucky. I met someone who not only helped me choose the right path, but is happy to listen to my whining. Your parents' love didn't survive hardship, but that doesn't mean the same thing will happen to you. What if you find true love, someone who won't leave you no matter what? And break my beloved's heart when I die in her arms 5 years later? That's a fine thing to do to the person you love. Then again, there's a chance I'll inspire some tragic bard to write a tearful ballad. Thanks for sharing, Lan. Mongrels have short lifespans, but you don't look like you're getting old or dying. How old are you? Lan chuckles. I'm as old as I look, no surprises there, but remember Sul? He's 10 years older than me. I remember him back when he was a fearless warrior. Day by day, I watched him turn into an old man, him and my father. It happens very quickly. First, you miss a shot because you don't see the target as clearly as you used to. You think it's because your eyes are tired. You tell yourself it'll get better tomorrow. Then you notice you're having trouble breathing, that climbing is harder than before. Lan clenches and unclenches his human fist. Your fingers stop bending, you have to tie your sword to your hand. You can't even put on your own greaves without help. When you're washing your face in a stream, sometimes you catch sight of a grey-haired, wrinkled old man you don't recognize. This goes on until one day, you come across a cave beast and you realize you can't outrun it. Lan takes a breath. My dad kept diaries, marking all the signs, and I saw it too. The last year I had to help him get out of bed, help him dress, remind him to eat. Sometimes he forgot my name. I told him that we should have stayed on the surface. He joked that dodging a goddess was behavior unworthy of a crusader. He meant Pharasma. It's not it. Pilot. I can't check who that is. Every morning, I wake up and check how I feel, but there are no signs yet. Even so, I know I don't have much time. I need to do something useful before I forget why I came here. I want to talk about Wenderwog. Are you sure? Lan sighs. Alright. Tell me about your connection to Wenderwog. My connection to Wenderwog? I mean, where do I start? Lan turns the unexpressive reptile half of his face to you. We grew up together, trained together. She was the chief's daughter. She was groomed to be the best all her life, and then I came along. We were rivals, but we dragged each other out of tight spots too. I've always been drawn to grand heroic gestures, sometimes idiotic ones, whereas Wendu liked to roam unexplored passages, finding new caves, making maps. She wanted to be a great huntress, the one who'd make it through the shield maze, but instead Lan shakes his head. It'd be better if she died. The death of a friend is painful, but watching a friend become a shadow of their former self is unbearable. She doesn't think she's a shadow of her former self. Of course she thinks she did everything right, because the second she starts to doubt herself, she'll have to face the truth. To admit that she's just a cannibal that demons use as they wish. Lan's frown looks almost like a wince. She wants to get stronger and stronger, but for what? I'll never understand what drives her. Were you just friends, or were you more than that? Wow, you really don't pull your punches, do you? Lan exhales loudly. There was a time when I asked myself the same question. Wenderwag knew me better than anyone. She understood me better than anyone. She was my first woman, but we never loved each other. Maybe I could have grown to love her. But it always seemed like she never understood what love was. Maybe she just wasn't capable of those kinds of feelings. Too bad you and Wenderwag didn't work out. There are plenty of other women around who might like you. Me, for example, no. I guess there's nothing else to say about that. Thanks, I found out everything I wanted to know. So, can you if you ever want to reopen any more of my old wounds, you know where to find me. So, can you wear a hat with your one horn? Sure I can, but certain designs don't suit me too well. I'm back. Hope I didn't miss much. We finished the dungeon crawl. We woke up in a tavern after being unconscious by a demon. Yeah. I've mostly just been talking to NPCs. I found out everything I wanted to know. Thank you. Tell me about your people. Of course, what would you like to know? What's it like living in your caves? Oh, Lan gives you a broad smile. His smile is strange, as if it falters where his human features meet his animal ones. Imagine that in the entire world there's only a few hundred like you. There's not an inch of fertile ground anywhere, nowhere to grow grain for bread or cotton and linen for cloth. How's the stream so far? Yeah, it's going alright. How's your afternoon, day going? Time zones are hard. I'm sorry. Your neighbors are beasts who want to eat you, or parasites who want to infect you with their larvae, and then eat you. You lived in a wonderful place. And it's not that bad, because you can try and eat most of the things that are trying to eat you. Sometimes at the risk of getting poisoned, sometimes with almost no risk at all. In the worst years, there's not a single living thing anywhere to be found, predator or prey. That's when you eat mushroom soup. I'd say 3 times a day, but there was barely enough for once every 3 days. Lan shrugs, but life underground has its upsides, pun intended. There's no risk in losing the roof over your head. There's no bad weather, not counting the earthquakes, of course. Are you really the descendants of the first Crusaders? More like demons spawn, aren't we? Oh, that's unfortunate. Sad but true, without the demons, there would be no mongrels. It's the magic of the wild wound. It affected our ancestors and made their children the way we are. Like most in our tribe, Chief Saul fancies himself a descendant of the underground Crusaders, the ones our heroic ancestors left to guard the caves. I don't know if it's true or not. That angel came to our caves for a reason. Maybe he remembered us. Saul, the ruler of the Neathholm village, the chief of the mongrel tribe that lives in the caves beneath Canals. Yeah. Those were evil and dangerous times for the First Crusade. Hundreds of crusaders began having children, and the babies were born with fangs and horns and warts covering half their face. People didn't like the new look. The Inquisitors sure didn't. So our ancestors fled, persecuted, and made a home for themselves down there underground. They probably intended to find a cure for their children and hoped to return in time, but it never happened. Instead, the Wild Wound's terrible legacy was passed down from generation to generation. Mongrel parents can only guess what their child will look like. Each of us is born with a new mutation. Many mutations are fatal. Land stops, then goes quiet. Down in the caves, we don't congratulate the family for the birth of a child until they turn at least 3. Most don't even get a name before that. There's no point. Oh. It has been a long... It hasn't been that long since the First Crusade. Why do you know so little about your ancestors? Our lives are much shorter than most uplanders. Up here, only a few generations passed, and many still live who remember old Sarkoris as it stood untouched by the demons. Queen Galfrey, for example. But where we live, mongrels start getting old much earlier than humans, much faster, and with more devastating consequences. Few live past 40, and fewer still live long enough to die of old age. Hunger, disease, and monsters from the deep are more effective killers than time. Sarkoris. Ooh, this is new. The lost colored realm of Sarkoris was a savage land of fiercely painted warriors, shamans, and druids established in 3672, a few years before the prophesied return of Aradan. Stirrings of demonic cults began there. Sarkoris' strange mystics made grim predictions of the nation's fall. However, the people were mostly confident that Aradan's return would directly lead to the final end of these cults. Unfortunately, the mystics were proven correct. The death of Aradan in 4606 saw the appearance of the World Wound, a gaping gateway to the abyss in the heart of Sarkoris. The nearby city of Iz was the first to fall to demonic forces. At first it seemed that there still was a chance to stop the invasion, but in 4638 the World Wound abruptly expanded. The rest of the clan holds soon fell, the very land became warped and twisted, and demons continued to spew forth from the World Wound. The Church of Iomedae declared the Mendevian Crusades in order to drive back the demons. However, whilst they had been somewhat successful in containing the threat, Sarkoris itself remains firmly under demonic control. Oh boy! So for us, the story of the First Crusade is a legend that happened generations ago. There are no living witnesses. We have a tale of the wise and great ancestors who left us to stand guard in the catacombs, but in reality I suspect they were desperate wretches who couldn't figure out how to dispel the demonic plague and who were abandoned by their own kind. Crusade. Oh, this is new. In 4433, Aradan defeated a cult dedicated to the demon lord Discari, making the north of Aveston safe from demonic influence. However, this protection ended with Aradan's death in 4606, the same year the World Wind was opened by the witch Arilu Vorlesh. Working in conjunction with her demonic patron, Discari, demons poured out and overran the barbarian nation of Sarkoris. The World Wound was not large at first, but soon it abruptly expanded. As it kept growing, it became to be seen as a threat to the entire world. The remaining clerics of Aradan and the clerics of his follower Iomedae took it upon themselves to defeat the demons and seal the World Wound. Answering their call, thousands of pilgrim crusaders flooded up the river road and into Mendev, the nearest neighboring kingdom of former Sarkoris. Thus, Mendevian Crusades were born. Okay. Excuse me. Do you have a way to tell day and night? You can't see the sun in your caves. Every Mongol settlement has a big gong, which we treat like a relic. The gong keeper hits it twice a day to mark the beginning and end, but this custom doesn't keep time very precisely. Every Mongol child has snuck up to the gong to strike it at the wrong time at least once, just out of pure mischief. Nothing could keep me away from it, not even the fact that I only have one ear, which means it would take double the punishment once I was caught. So sometimes the wrong strikes get mixed in with the right ones, and the tribe can find itself jumping up to greet the morning in the middle of the night. Oh boy. The mongrel tribes fight each other. There were some skirmishes, and I've been forced to kill my kinfolk before too. Lan speaks in a steady voice. Fights most often break out over food. We have laws in the caves, written and unwritten rules that we follow. We respect one another's right to live, but hunger, it can push a person over the edge. I've never, you can count on that, stolen someone else's kill, but I understand those of my kin who tried. To hear your kids begging for food and not be able to feed them is terrifying. He frowns and goes silent. You're the only member of the Neathholm tribe to call your people mongrels. Why is that? Because all of Galarian calls us that. I don't see the point of all this hemming and hawing over what we're called. Anyone who finds it offensive or takes issue with it can lead the charge against the name. No one's stopping them, but personally, I'm not going to pick a fight over something as unimportant as a name. Fair enough. Thank you, I found out everything I wanted to know. What do you think of life on the surface? It must be very different from life underground. Of course, as far as living conditions, the surface is definitely a better place to be. It's easier to get good food and water, not to mention build a house, and even grow a few things. In older, well-established settlements, you don't have to deal with anything scarier than rats or maybe foxes stealing chickens. As for the kinds of lives you have, I heard a story about demon worshippers abducting a whole family and sacrificing them one by one while the others watched, but there was some brave crusader knights nearby and they killed the villains and saved everyone. And I heard another story, a young blacksmith lost his arm in a fire, couldn't work to feed his wife and baby. Yeah, I'm okay with Lan over Wenderwog. Not comfortable with what she wanted to do with the underground tribe, that's for sure. Tried their best and lived from hand to mouth, but they were still destitute. In the end, the desperate blacksmith robbed a traveler one night on the road, but there were some brave crusader knights nearby and they caught the robber and threw him in prison. Not long after, his wife smothered their baby and hanged herself. Oh, fun! Up here, the same person can proudly say he's protecting the innocent from demons, and then look the other way while the same innocent starves just because they were born into a poor family. Oh boy. I have some water. Right. Queen Galfrey prolongs her life with sun orchid elixirs that cost enough to feed an entire city. Back in our caves, everyone is equally poor, and if one person starves, the whole tribe starves. We don't abandon our own in times of trouble. That's the power of a tribe. The laws of the surface are made so that some get everything and others get nothing. I might just be a naive fool from the caves, but I don't understand how it's possible to have so much more and share so much less. Anyway, look who I'm talking to. You must know life on the surface much better than I do. I'd never leave a needy person in trouble. I've been given more than most, which means I'm now more able to help others. Or, oh yes, I have a few questions for our feckless aristocracy. Huh. Chaotic. Oh yes, I have a few questions for our feckless aristocracy. But I guess they'll have to wait until we drive the demons back into the abyss and close the world wound. Len smiles his strange half smile, which breaks along the border between two sides of his face. At the end of the day, the world is full of injustice, but it's also full of mad beasts ready to tear us to pieces. Performed an action that was chaotic. Lovely. You said you were prepared to risk your life to do something meaningful. What exactly did you mean? To invent a new salad and have it named after me, Len remarks grimly. Then he sighs. Truth be told, I don't know. It would be much easier if all I really wanted was to kill demons, then a few more demons, then more demons after that. Good honest rage and no needless brooding. I think I actually envy warriors who can live like that. But I can't. If life's taught me anything, it's that there are no easy choices. Dying a glorious death isn't enough. Some heroes of the Crusade did that and also saved entire settlements, erected the wardstones. Their actions kept the lands of Mendev safe for decades. That's what I want, for my dumb short life to have meant something. Yep, it's the same as before. You think I have an exaggerated opinion of myself? Some scaly freak crawls out of the caves, wants to take control of the wardstones, and flaunt Iomede's banner. Any fool can charge at the front lines of the demonic armies and die there, but what good will it do? I want something meaningful, you know? Even if I have to pay the highest price, especially if I have to pay it, there are plenty of worthier people who need to survive this war and tell everyone else what nutcases we were. Thank you for your answers. So long. Okay. Dara? An imposing young Oread is surrounded by a crowd of crusaders who are hanging on her every word. I hope this example clearly illustrates the difference between Gistka, legionaries from the last war, and the crusaders. The perfection of form and spirit they were imbued with during creation turned them into parts of a well-balanced war machine, not a ragtag bunch of individuals, but a united whole. Gistka. The Gistka Imperium was the first human kingdom to establish itself in the Inner Sea region after the centuries of darkness and devastation caused by Earthfall. Its citizens spoke a nearly forgotten language called Gistka, whose alphabet became the basis of the alphabets of the modern languages of Skald, Varisian, and Taldane. At its height, it dominated all of northwestern Garund and also parts of southwestern Avestan. Raids of desert nomads and attacks by powerful outsiders from minus 3300 onward, and the lack of a strong eastern trade route led to the slow decline of Gistka. Assyrian, then a burgeoning kingdom under the control of the powerful pharaoh of forgotten plagues, pushed westward. It overthrew the already weakened Gistka, and the Imperium was plunged into numerous succession wars around minus 2764, from which it was never again able to recover its former political, military, and economic power. Because of this military and economic defeat, the important cultural, magical, and technological advances of the Gistka Imperium were largely lost and forgotten. Neat. Now tell me again why I'm supposed to be impressed by your reckless assaults, where everyone is fighting for their ego and for the right to beat their peers to a swift but pointless heroic sacrifice. Some of the Crusaders grumble unhappily, but it is clear that they are captivated by the woman's words. The only exception is a scraggly and disheveled halfling monk whose puffy black eyes give him away as a brawler and a troublemaker. He enthusiastically pushes forward and tries to engage, but one of his friends swiftly jabs him in the back with an elbow, making the poor fellow pause to catch his breath. Quietly listen to the discussion. It looks like we've got ourselves a student of warfare. Looks like we've got ourselves a student of warfare. The woman gives you a suspicious look and raises an eyebrow. Were your words meant to recognize my achievements or start a fight the way Mendevian crusaders usually do? One of the crusaders angrily curls his fist tightly and retorts with a burst of passion. If those gists of yours or whatever had come for us, we'd have their guts for garters. You think we've never fought a mighty adversary before. The soldier's stern facade cannot fully conceal his relish. He clearly plans to enjoy this confrontation. The crusaders around him look upon their exotic opponent with a mixture of irritation and piqued interest. The woman chuckles before cutting off her interlocutor. I don't know. I would love to see you storm a 60-foot tall walking castle shaped like a gigantic elephant that carries siege fortifications on its back. And I'll have you know, these fortifications were defended by Jiskin. My eyeball is itchy. Jiskin priest craftsmen armed with demon-bound war machines. That's gonna, yeah. They use these enemies you cannot defeat with as mindless weapons. The woman gives the people around her a triumphant look and adjusts her clothes with pointed nonchalance. Her voice takes on a lecturer's tone. You should not argue with someone who happens to be the most authoritative researcher on the history of warfare 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom. More than 4,000 years, Absalom has been the city at the center of the world, a metropolis-sized showcase of the greatest treasures on old Galarian. The city not only holds a key strategic position for both commercial and military endeavors in the region, but encompasses the site of the ascension of 4 deities and claims to have been founded by none other than the last Aslanti, the god Aradin. Okay. The woman looks at you and flashes an amused smile. The lecture is over. Do my esteemed listeners have any questions? Who are you? I am Indara, a warrior, magus, and scholar of classical warfare in Garund. Where is the continent? Garund is the continent found south of Avestan, across the Inner Sea, and west of Casmaron, from which it is separated by the Obari Ocean. During the late Age of Anguish and Age of Destiny, central Garund was the heart of civilization in the hemisphere, and this legacy of arcane discovery remains even today in the nations of Osiron, Nex, Nentambu, and Holomar. Beyond these bastions of civilization, Garund is overrun by dangerous wilds, from expansive deserts to impenetrable jungles. Sounds like an elitist? Indara? Is that who we're talking about? Honestly, it just sounds like she's really passionate about study. The woman peers at you apprehensively, then sighs. I admit that I am mildly offended by the fact that my name is entirely unfamiliar to you, but I am willing to accept that this is due to Avestan's isolation from the sophisticated culture of the world at large. Okay. You've come a long way to be here. I like to think of myself as an inhabitant of Galarian. I don't narrowly identify with any country in particular. Read on. Okay. Why did you come here? To witness a legendary war, the confrontation between denizens of a plain famous for its love of violence and the crusaders from every continent, united by a common goal of defending their home, an epic struggle of colossal proportions that hasn't been particularly epic so far, truth be told. Okay, cool. The monk with the black eye grins and mutters under his breath, maybe she can't see it from here. The view will get way more epic if she stops hiding among us and takes a walk outside. The woman smirks contemptuously. She does not deem the monk's words worthy of comment. Looks like you know more about warfare than any of us. I disagree. The Crusaders are doing a commendable job resisting the demons. Aren't you the insolent one? I won't. I mean... The situation at the moment was this was a surprise attack. So, yeah, she's being a bit of a bitch. But, like... She's obviously spent more time in a scholarly situation, like the university or the library or whatever, wherever she came from. But, like, if she hasn't spent enough time around, evidently, that seems to be the case, normal people, it makes sense that she's a bit like this. So, I'm going to go with I'm not going to comment on that because I don't think it's a good idea to go either way because this could just end up in a brawl. I won't comment on that. Hardly surprising, I presented my take on this war in a clear and succinct manner. There's nothing to argue about. Why don't you join the Crusaders and show them how fighting should be done? No, I am a historian, an analyst, a theorist. Do you know what these three words have in common? They describe a mortal woman who does not participate in the conflict upon which her thesis will be founded. But then again, I will hardly be able to describe this mess as anything other than a feeble likeness of the last Jiska war. The monk with the damaged eye grins slyly and comments, the more dangerous the upcoming scuffle is, the more motivated we are to find clever and pretty words to justify not actually doing the fighting. What is this last war you mentioned? Last War of Jiska, of course, a large-scale conflict that took place 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom. It was a war against the Assyrian pharaoh of Forgotten Plagues, the war that ended the legendary Jiska Imperium, an epic struggle that became the most vibrant page in military history. Alas, all conflicts that followed it were but a pale shadow according to the one I am witnessing here. Why do you find the last war of Jiska so inspiring? Imagine legions of golems imbued with extraplanar spirits marching into battle. Imagine flying cities that swoop out of the clouds like terrifying, monstrous birds of prey. To drop forces on top of enemy castles, picture gigantic mechanisms powered by captive and very angry demons and devils. Imagine standing in the warpath of walking citadels or having to cover your ears to block out the sound of cannons loaded with shrieking elementals. Finally, imagine the ultimate weapon that defeated Jiska, the deadly night plague. This affliction was an attack dog, a trained epidemic, a tamed pestilence, striking only those who its master wanted to kill. Imagine all these terrors and understand that no flight of fancy can even come close to the horror of the nightmare that they made real. How do you know so much about the Jiska last war? I can say without false modesty that there is no more authoritative researcher on Galarian when it comes to the history of warfare 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalon. I've dedicated my whole life to this subject. I've personally visited old battlefields and studied the most mysterious and forbidden archives containing chronicles of ancient wars, sometimes risking my life in the process. I saw a fallen sky city of the Shori Empire with my own eyes. I ripped out the control crystal from the exterminator class combat golem that guarded the Jisko laboratory with my own hands. These fingers held the glass flask the servants of Pharaoh of Forgotten Plagues used to create the first generation of pestilence that devastated the Jisko Imperium. How do I know so much? I saw and touched everything I am telling you. You're wrong to treat the Crusaders with such disdain. Allow me to explain. Yeah, sure. A debate. Oh, I will be happy to prove that the current conflict can't hold a candle to the last war of Jiska. Very well, the last war of Jiska was waged using a significantly greater number of troops. Both sides actively relied on reinforcements from allied planes, and their strategic planning was perfected through no fewer than 7 rounds of intensive design. None of the above applies to this war of yours. Compared to the Jiska, we are but stone club-wielding kobolds. I would like to conclude my thesis with a few words of wise counsel from Dagon, an advisor to the Pharaoh of Forgotten Plagues. I doubt you will comprehend the true genius of his statement, but here it is nevertheless. A gadfly sees the ox pays no heed to the gadfly, but crimson fever takes them both. Mutually assured destruction. Kind of. +6. +10. The events of the past are shrouded in legend, but the fate of the world is being decided here and now. That is what you fail to grasp. Principles of war are always the same. Weapons, causes, and resources may change, but foundations remain immutable. I'm gonna go with the diplomacy, because I have the better check. Succeeded at diplomacy check. The earnestness on the faces of those around you has taken away Indara's panache, encouraging her to backtrack and stumble over words. Of course, I'm not trying to diminish the importance of current events. What I'm trying to say is that from the standpoint of history, and particularly the history of warfare, she falls silent, fixedly staring at the unfriendly eyes of her audience. The true importance of these developments won't become obvious until later. Indara offers a pretentious dismissal. As a scholar, I cannot deny that there is a certain truth beneath your skeptical statements. History is a complex discipline rooted in fact and an evidentiary base that grows ever more meager the farther the described period is from the present moment. Yeah. Of course, if I were to argue in bad faith, the way Crusaders embellish their tales of slaying a single Brimmorak by adding a dozen Balors, for example, I could win this debate. But I am above such things, and therefore I am forced to admit that your skepticism is not entirely without merit. Have you changed your mind about joining the Crusaders? Sure, you would have been able to expound on your arguments in a longer discussion. Have you changed your mind? I don't see the point. The Crusaders appear to be quite confident in your skills. If nothing else, you've presented your arguments to me with extreme confidence. Idara unbuckles her sword belt and hands you the weapon. This is a worthy blade. It will be of use not only for the strong, but also the wise. Received item. Claw of Jiska. And this is where I bid you farewell. Before the end of the day, I was planning to observe how winged demons use pack tactics to drive their prey like herds of livestock. It is about time I got back to my research. The hint of a smile graces Indara's lips when she sees disappointment in the eyes of many crusaders around her. Stay safe. Rude. She just teleported out. Seela smiles at you warmly. Hey there, during the march through the dungeon, we never got the chance to exchange a proper greeting. It's high time I shake your hand. I'd like to know more about you. Of course, ask anything, I'll answer honestly. Tell me about yourself, where are you from? I'm a little bit from Geb, a little bit from Katapesh, but mostly from the Knights of Iomade. I was accepted and began my training at 14. I belong to their ranks more than I belong to any other place. You've come to Mendev by a long road, haven't you? A very long one. Seela looks at you cheerfully. A traveler is expected to have amusing stories. Unfortunately, I have only 3 tales of any interest, and I'd like to save them for our next feast. Otherwise, I won't have anything to show for myself when it's time to start bragging. And that just won't do. Especially since I'll win the night with my cautionary tale of a battle with chupacabras. Okay. Can't tempt me with a story about fighting chupacabras, then not follow through? What are chupacabras, by the way? Isn't your attitude toward life and war too carefree, especially for a paladin? What a feast it will be. We'll talk when we celebrate our next victory. Can't tempt me with a story about fighting chupacabras and not follow through? What are chupacabras anyway? Incredibly repulsive magical beasts, fast and dangerous they can. Well, it looks like someone's fooled me into starting the tale. I guess I'll have to tell the whole story. Picture a small town in Kadira? Westernmost satrapy of the Hadisha Empire of Kalesh. Kadira is a kingdom with the power of the sprawling empire at its back. Kadira is Kalesh's doorway to the inner sea region, and it is perhaps the single most valuable piece of real estate on Galarian. And down in the dungeon, there's 2 murderers waiting to be executed, and the gallows are already built for them. The rope's been brought, but sometimes life takes a surprising turn. Suddenly, a paladin of Iomade appears in the doorway and offers the murderers a deal. If they go with her to fight some monsters, they'll live. If they survive, that is. There's a big difference between imminent death and probable death, with a glimmer of hope, wouldn't you say? So, here we are, traveling through the desert, me and my friend, a priestess of Sarenrae. Sarenrae's great. Known to her faithful as the Dawn Flower, the Healing Light, and the Everlight. Sarenrae is the goddess who teaches temperance and patience in all things. Compassion and peace are her greatest virtues, and if enemies of the faith can be redeemed, they should be. Worship of this goddess of healing, honesty, and redemption, and the sun began far to the east of the inner sea, in the vast Padisha Empire of Kalesh, but her worshippers can now be found throughout the world. Along with the little rat folk fellow who'd asked for our help, and the 2 cutthroats. We get to the rat folk village and see their bodies lying around, all drained dry. We figured we'd have to fight vampires. That's how the little rat folk described the monsters who attacked their village. That's why we went in all brazen-like. The sun was high, the vampires couldn't attack until dusk. But we never got the chance to look around. Black shadows, quick as the wind, attacked us from all sides. Not vampires, but chupacabras. One of the lads we pulled from the gallows got killed right away. The second one ran for his life. That left me, the rat folk, and Kyra. That was the name of the priestess, and we all steeled ourselves for the fight of our lives. And just when we thought the end had come with the chupacabras surrounding me like a pack of dogs around a bear, yeah, like a pack of dogs around a bear, our ratfolk friend wounded and down, and the teeth of the quickest of those blasted monsters clenched on Kyra's shoulders, right on Kyra's shoulder. Uh, Right then, when all hope was lost, the other lad from the gallows suddenly comes running back. It kills the beast attacking Kyra. I'm sure you know what a turning point in a fight looks like. Well, this was it. A moment before we were lost, and a moment later, we had it back under control. The chupacabras dropped dead one by one. The little rat folk is reunited with his family, who were hiding in the basement. The priestess and I closed the eyes of the boy from the gallows who saved us. It was a shame he didn't survive the fight. May the gods keep his soul in its journey through the afterlife. That's a good story. He could have died a disgrace on the gallows, but instead he died a hero. I expected a more cheerful story. Now I'm sad. Going with the top one. Good story. And I fancy the stunt earned him some points at his final judgment. It's smart to remember our journey doesn't end in death. Had it not been for that mercy, Milo's, that was his name, would be hanging from a noose, and me, Kyra, and that all the rat folk would be dead in that village. Someone told me that a kind deed done by an unkind person is 100 times more precious. By the same token, an evil done by a noble soul is 100 times more horrifying. That's what I really want to say. The chupacabras were just a good starting point. What made you become a paladin of Iomade? Tila's gaze sharpens momentarily. Then she sighs. That's a serious question and a good one. You should ask it of your companions, but it's a long story. To start with, 12 years ago, I was nothing like the person I am now. I roamed the streets of Solku with other homeless orphans. I stole, I fought, I was hired. I was a hired sword for a bit. Not the proper origin for a paladin, is it? Back then, Solku was a city of orphans, widows, and widowers. Gnolls decimated the city regularly. My parents were among their victims. People there heard about new deaths before they'd finished mourning their previous losses. One day, a group of knights of Iomade brought a glimmer of hope to the city. But while others saw them as saviors and protectors, I was busy pricing up their noble horses and their gleaming mithril armor, wondering just how much one of their pretty swords would fetch. Haha. A thief lives one day at a time, that's what they say. I was the type that never thought past the next job. Anyhow, I was able to sneak into the knight's camp and steal one of their mithril helms. Seela pauses, her voice sad and measured. And I was right there when the gnoll attacked the helm's owner. Asemi was her name, and dealt a blow to her unprotected head. A gnoll like all the others, she'd fearlessly driven from the gates of Solku. That one blow was fatal, but who was really to blame for her death? The gnoll attacker or the young thief named Seela? I know what it takes to survive sometimes. I can't judge you. Life is cruel and full of chaos. Sometimes survival comes down to luck. You couldn't have known the consequences of your actions. Life is cruel and full of chaos. Survival just comes down to luck. So that's how you see it. Seela looks at you with curiosity but not hostility. I can't accept that point of view. If the story of my youth taught me anything, it's that we're all accountable for our actions. It's too easy to wave off responsibility if you use the cruelty of life as an excuse. You performed an action that was chaotic. But you were asking what brought me into the ranks of Iomade's warriors. We will all choose the paladin's path for our own reasons. Some are guided by nobility of spirit, some by a desire to fight injustice. I became who I am through penance and a debt unpaid. The day Akemi died, Asemi, protecting my city, I wanted to kill myself with the terrible guilt I felt. And then I realized it wouldn't make the world any better, and I decided that instead I'd try to take her place. I'd become who she had been and protect the innocence that she would no longer be able to protect. What principles did the What are the principles the paladins of Iomade follow? Seela smiles. I'll tell you, I like to recite our code. It feels like I've said it 1,000 times, but it never gets old. There is strength in these words. After a pause, she begins, her voice slow and meditative. I will learn the weight of my sword. Without my heart to guide it, it is worthless. My strength is not my sword, but in my heart. If I lose my sword, I have lost a tool. If I betray my heart, I have died. Okay. I will have faith in the inheritor. I will channel her strength through my body. I will shine in her legion, and I will not tarnish her glory through base actions. I am the first into battle and the last to leave. I will not be taken prisoner by my free will. I will not surrender those under my command. I will never abandon a companion, though I will honor sacrifice freely given. I will guard the honor of my fellows, both thought and deed, and I will have faith in them. When in doubt, I may force my enemies to surrender, but I am responsible for their lives. I will never refuse a challenge from an equal. I will give honor to worthy enemies and contempt to the rest. I will suffer death before dishonor. I will be temperate in my actions and moderate my behavior. I will strive to emulate Iomede's perfection. Thank you, I learned everything I wanted to know. Irabeth said your friend Jana Eldori is missing. Do you know where we should look for her? Irabeth is worried about her fighters. I understand that. I wanted to look for Jana myself, so I didn't distract you. But since you're in this too, I could use some help. Jana and I met in Canabris a few days ago and just hit it off. We were drinking together. We went to that unforgettable celebration together too. But we got separated in the crowd, so we should start looking from the main square. That's where I last saw her. Seela frowns. Jana's a good fighter, even if she's green. She couldn't have become an Eldori otherwise. I hope that means she's alright. Okay. What do you think is going on in Canabria? It's complete chaos. It's lucky we're here to handle it, right? Seela smiles brightly, then she gives you a worried look. Does the way I talk bother you? I know I can seem blasé. Many good people and our protector Terendelev died here in Canabre. A paladin of Iomade is expected to be properly respectful and solemn. Yeah. Drag. But I prefer to face my troubles with a smile and a bit of common sense. Grief is a weapon they'll use against you. It can undermine a warrior's spirit. It's better we hold off on grief until we've driven the last demon and called this from the city. If we want to win, we can't be mourning our deceased day and night. Plus, joy heals the soul. I'm not bothered by how you talk. What matters is how you fight. Fuck it, chaotic. It's nice when you and your commander think alike. You performed an action that was chaotic. Lovely. Is fighting demons all you want, or are you looking for something more? How about covering myself in glory and becoming the hero of 100 ballads? Or at least a dozen, if they're lively ones. Seela's eyes shine cheerfully. Anyway, to be more serious, the area around the world wound is the best place for a paladin who wishes to defend the weak and serve good. Being part of the crusade is reward enough for me, but there's something that worries me. Oh? I don't want to sound like I'm criticizing my brother in arms, but the Eagle Watch and the other orders are focusing on just one aim. The war against the world wound. That's why they can sometimes overlook the smaller things, ordinary misfortunes, you know? I always liked being a wandering knight because any moment I could get up and go help a poor rat folk whose family had been kidnapped, or an old woman whose favorite dog had gone missing. So here's my answer. I don't have some big important goal, but I'll be happy to help those who need it a little bit here and there. Cool. Thanks for speaking with me. Until next time. See you. I don't know if there's anything else I can chat with her about. Unique success. What do you watch? There's a small order created to fight not only demons but also the enemy within, to maintain the purity of the paladin ranks, prevent heresy, and identify spies. And they failed miserably at that. The Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth infiltrated it and formed their nest within its ranks. Pledging their lives to Baphomet, these cultists schemed to subvert the good works of the Crusaders. They caused trouble in Crusader camps, instigating fights and egging participants on to greater violence. They spread lies and sow seeds of fear with voices sweetened by magic. Some have even assumed the roles of holy crusaders and risen in the ranks of other knightly orders, waiting for the moment when their treachery can be used to achieve the most foul end. Lovely! After the Queen entrusted me with leading the order, Anivia and I practically built it from scratch. We got rid of dead weight, people who weren't committed, we organized ways to transmit messages and orders safely, we introduced reliable ciphers, we found tacit allies around the city, from crusader orders to street beggars. This was my personal crusade to purge the city of the Templars who had infested it. And I thought I was winning. I could feel it. We were so close to driving the cultists out of Canabres. But Irabeth's frowns. It's hard to admit, but those successes didn't count for much once the demons entered the city. On the contrary, if it wasn't for you, there wouldn't be a headquarters at the Defender's Heart. The cultists would have served up the city on a platter to the demons. Exactly. Intrigue and spying means nothing when it comes down to honest fighting. Success, when we got up to the surface, there was more cultists in the city than crusaders. What exactly was your order doing? On the contrary, if it wasn't for you, there wouldn't have been a headquarters in the Defender's Heart. At the Defender's Heart, the cultists would have served the city up on a platter to the demons. The lines on Irabet's forehead softened. Yes, that's true. It's a good thing we achieved something. Thank you. Allow me to ask a few personal questions. Frowning a little, Irabeth nods. Please, but I must warn you, there are some things I don't have the right to discuss. Where are you from? I was born in Canabres. I grew up on a farm just outside it, but my way back home lay at the end of a long winding road. It took me years of traveling through foreign lands before I came to be where I've always belonged. Okay. How did you become a paladin? A bitter smile appears on the half-orc's face. I don't much like to remember it, believe it or not. The story of how I became a paladin is also the story of how I failed to become a knight. Oh. Fun. My parents were crusaders, may their souls stand together in Iomede's celestial army. When I was born, they retired from the war and started preparing me to continue their legacy. But my father was an orc. You'd be pressed to find a calmer, wiser, more pious servant of the goddess than he, but still all his life he was dogged by sideways looks and whispers. Okay. When I grew older and it was time for me to serve, I decided anywhere but Canabres. That was where my father had served loyally and his only reward had been injustice. Besides the witch hunters, led by the Honorable Prelate Pulrune, stalked the city with a heavy hand. Who knows what they'd have done to a strange girl with green skin. Instead, I went to a smirk that looks more like a painful grimace crosses her face. You can laugh all you want, but I was young and foolish. I chose Last Wall of all places. You can imagine how well I was accepted in a country that has been battling the orcs of Belkzen since its foundation. Elrune. Yep, we've done that one. Mendevian witch hunts. During the First Crusade, holy warriors streamed into Mendev, where they encountered Sarkorians practicing their unique druidic faith. Crusaders mistook the wooden idols and rustic rituals for evidence of demonic influence. Groups of witch hunters emerged from the disorganized chaos of the First Crusade. These witch hunters were often self-styled, their tactics little more than brutal trial and error. The least bit of evidence could mark a target for investigation. A club foot, a thick accent, or even a suspicious absence of abnormalities. The witch hunter groups gained reputations for being cruel and arbitrary, although these weren't always deserved. Demons ranged freely across the world wound and often spilled into Mendev. Demonic possession did happen, though not nearly as often as the witch hunters claimed. Genuine witch hunters used divination magic and cautious investigation to draw out and destroy fiends, but they were rare compared to the zealous inquisitors who burned innocents at the stake. With the advent of the Fourth Crusade, the authorities took strong measures to end the bloody witch hunts of Mendev. Since then, the frequency of hunts has dropped considerably. Well, while orcs can be found throughout Galarian, nowhere else are they as plentiful or live in as densely populated settlements as the hold of Belkzen. Belkzen is an unforgiving wasteland filled with shrub brush, steep mountains, and even uneven badlands, where water is scarce and generally limited to the seasonal flood road. Oh, cool. There were many there like me, but we were all treated as second-class citizens. To the locals, my green skin was worse than leper scabs. Even my brothers in faith kept their distance. I took my vows, and the goddess granted me the powers of a paladin. But even then, not a single order would accept me into their ranks. I spent another 6 months knocking on doors before I realized the simple truth. I serve Iomade, not these people. I don't have to prostrate myself before them. So I left as a paladin, but not a knight. Things are bound to be tough for you too. Most common folk fear death and hate the undead even more than they do orcs. I'm sure you're no stranger to sideways looks and whispers behind your back. Well then. How did you come to join a knightly order? I left last fall and went traveling. The goddess guided me and my path led me to where atrocities were happening. I often fought in exchange for gold, but never for unworthy aims. Of course, I wandered the river kingdoms for a few years, killing monsters and tracking down criminals. Sometimes I thought it was just wasting time, that my true place was in Canabres. But I pushed those thoughts away. I didn't even want to think about going back, but in the end, divine providence had brought me to my senses. River kingdoms. The River Kingdoms have been a haven for inland pirates, anarchists, exiles, and anyone who cannot seem to make it in more civilized nations. The kingdoms are by no means a unified nation, but rather a constantly shifting group of city-states and fiefdoms, each at war with each other, both to gain more power and prevent their own demise. The River Kingdoms are located in the marshy lowlands of the Selin River Basin, where its three branches combine in their journey south to the inner sea. There are few roads through the land, and the branching web of the Selin and its tributaries provide the primary means of transportation through and within the region. Lovely. It happened in Taimon. I was tracking a gang of bandits, which my employer suspected was a cover for Resmiran spies. I managed to find their lair, but inside I found something more dangerous than spies, an
an unholy temple to Zon-Cathon, sorry. When I broke in there, the cultists were about to sacrifice someone, the person who was destined to become my wife, Anivia. But that's another story. Rasmirian, the realm known as Rasmirian, was once just another turbulent, violent river kingdom, the Archduchy of Melkat, where leadership changed as often as the years. This ended in 4661, when the land was conquered by Rasmir, a tyrant claiming to have been ascended to godhood. Lovely. Zon-Cathon. The deity Zon-Cathon, also known as the Midnight Lord, the Dark Prince, and the Prince of Pain. God of darkness, envy, loss, and pain, possesses one of the most twisted and evil minds in the great beyond. His position as God of pain is well earned, and he has been the root of countless tortures, murders, and worse throughout time. He was once a benevolent demigod named Dao Browl, but was corrupted when he traveled to the far dark places between the plains and returned in his current form. His half-sister, Shellen, still holds out hope that she can redeem him, though the Lord of Shadows shows no sign of remorse or compassion. He took a trip out into the void, and the void stared back. After I cut down the cultists, I examined their papers and couldn't believe my eyes. A network of evil cults had spread through all of Avestan, including Mendev. Worse, the documents clearly showed that their allies, the Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth, had infested my native Canabres, and they were even among the ranks of the Paladins. After that, delaying my homecoming would be tantamount to desertion. Luckily, I was no longer alone. Anivia was as eager to destroy the cultists as I was. Anivia and I hurried to Canabres. We couldn't trust anyone. The papers indicated that the cultists had infiltrated everything. Luckily, I had some experience in investigation, and my beloved, the half-orc, smiles warmly. She knew her way around working locks, tailing people, and trading information with the city's bottom feeders. Soon, we defeated, alas, not the whole Hydra, but a few of its heads. Do you know who turned out to be the leader of the cultists? The commander of the Eagle Watch. Can you imagine? While Prelate Hulrun was chasing witches through the city, the enemy had infiltrated the very order responsible for internal security. The scandal reached the ears of the Queen. At first, she planned to disband the order in disgrace, but she offered its command to me and put its salvation in my hands. Of course, there was one small catch. I wasn't a knight, but I was made commander just the same, skipping the usual progression through the ranks. Oh, law religions checks passed. I can't imagine that the followers of Zon-Cathon in alliance with demon worshippers. Shouldn't they hate each other? They should, but Baphomet minions are masters of deception. They manipulate Zon-Cathon's butchers as easily as Iomede's knights. The cultists from that unholy temple didn't know the true face of their associates in Canabres. We ourselves learnt the truth much later, after getting to the bottom of their nest. How did the people in Canabres feel about your background? They tolerated it surprisingly well. I shouldn't have been so wary. Crusaders don't tend to be prejudiced as a rule. After all, heroes from all over the world, even from other continents, come here to fight the demons. Apparently the people were only suspicious of full-blooded orcs. There were already many like me here, and we don't have any problems, though the locals do have their superstitions. Mendev is as merciless as Last Wall. They just have a different set of victims. I kept seeing those sideways looks and scowls, hearing those familiar whispers, but where once they used to whisper behind my back and point at me, now they whisper in my ear and point at someone else. It's so strange to be on the other side of the humiliation, to wipe the spit off your face and suddenly be invited to change position and spit at someone else. You must have figured out by now that I'm talking about tieflings. It's true there are many of them among the cultists and few among our crusaders. And our fighters do all they can to drive away those who would be our allies. People shun them, call them a Raylu spawn, or worse, as if they chose to be born like that. I believe it's quite a feat to rise against the call of one's blood and join the forces of good. Still, most only see them as the enemy. I once saw a knight bleeding to death because he wouldn't let a tiefling priest touch his wound. Alas, I haven't been able to change this in all my time in Canabras. Tell me about Anivia? We met in Taimon as I was wandering aimlessly from one ordeal to another. We returned to Canabras together to expose the Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth. The day the Queen knighted me was the second happiest day of my life. The first was the day of our wedding. That's so cute. But Anivia wasn't just my beloved, she was my staunchest ally. We shared every victory and defeat. The best of me is alive thanks to her. Thank you for saving her back there. The day Canabras fell, before her return, the only thing giving me the strength to protect the defender's heart was the hope that I'd see her again. We are in your debt. Thank you for your answers. I'm gonna go now. Oh, you had a name. You have a portrait too. Tall athletic man greets you. His hair is prematurely grey and shorn close to his head in a military style. He is lean and well groomed. A monocle twinkles coldly in his eye. The bold set of his jaw and his large but agile frame attest that here is a man who is always ready to be on the move. Greetings, I am Hilor, venture captain of the Pathfinder Society. Okay. I'm the superior officer among Pathfinders in this region of Mendev. However, the Society is running almost no operations here right now. Besides me, there are almost no Pathfinders here. Actually, I'm only stuck here because of an old feud with a demon worshipper known as the Spinner of Nightmares. I've had to work alone without the support of the Society, but I've made a lot of acquaintances among the local mercenaries and daring fighters. If you need any good fighters for an honest cause, talk to me. Pathfinder. Pathfinder Society is a globe-spanning organization based in Absalom. The membership consists primarily of Pathfinders adventurers who travel through Galarian, usually inconspicuously, and explore, delve, and otherwise experience the lesser seen parts of the world. They send journals documenting their travels back to their adventure captains, who also assign them new missions and suggest new places to explore. The most exciting and illuminating of these journals are compiled in the Pathfinder Chronicles, an ongoing series of books that collect the history and mystery of Galarian for its members and the general public. Oh, cool. Tell me about your confrontation with the Spinner of Nightmares. I'll begin with the task of... It all began with the task of the Pathfinder Society. I arrived in Neurocyan with my team to investigate the sudden death of a famous crusader, Baron Falron. We soon focused in on a small hospital for the wealthy where Falron was being treated shortly before his death. It turned out that a gang of Baphomet's cultists calling themselves the Labyrinth of the Mind had gotten a foothold in the hospital. Neurocyan, capital of the Crusader state of Mendev. Neurocyan is designed first and foremost as a defensive fortification to hold back the endless demonic hordes of the World Wound. It is also a holy city of Iomade. Many of its notable residents are devout worshippers of Iomade, including Queen Galfrey, the ruler of Mendev, and the cruciform cathedral to Iomade is central to both neuroscience, physical structure, and the defense of the city. The cathedral also draws faithful pilgrims from afar to worship at its renowned holy site. They were obsessed with twisting the minds of their victims and targeting fragile people too weak to resist. The hospital was filled with perfect victims, isolated for weeks from the outside world, completely helpless. When they returned, they were different. Almost normal. But the moment they heard a certain phrase, something dark awoke in their mind and they transformed into servants of Baphomet, ready to lie, betray, and even kill. The Labyrinth of Mind was preparing to infiltrate all the elite circles in Mendev, but Baron Valron stopped them. He was too loyal to his oath and too resistant to their spells. He fought for his freedom until the strain broke his heart. We opened and cleaned the city of Baphomet's pit vipers. Their den was a cradle of sin and filth. They cast spells on each other, and their loathsome fantasies stepped real from their minds into the world. They dreamt of horrible and forbidden things, and they fought like mad. We burned the place to the ground and slaughtered everyone we could, but the leaders of the cult were able to flee. And they were set upon revenge. They abducted my daughter, Lowry, who served under my command in the Pathfinder Society. He left me a note of tart insults, mockery, and sneers. From that note, I learned the name of my enemy, the Spinner of Nightmares. A few months later, I confirmed that she was the leader of the Labyrinth of Mind. My hunt had begun. I would get Lowry back at any cost. He grits his teeth with bulldog determination. I want to know more about you. What exactly are you interested in? I'm a common Pathfinder. There are many others like me. Fate and my orders brought me to this land. How'd you end up here? I was working on an assignment for the Pathfinder Society, and then a demon worshipper named the Spinner of Nightmares abducted my daughter Lowry. For the past 3 years, I've been trying to save her. During this time, I've become a specialist in scouting demon territory. I've even planted agents among the cultists. Truth be told, I'm pursuing the Spinner of Nightmares. In pursuing the Spinner of Nightmares, I've been acting more on behalf of Queen Galfrey than the Pathfinder Society. It's a long story. Maybe I'll tell you the rest of it sometime. Philo frowns grimly. The Spinner of Nightmares is a true spawn of the Abyss. I've fought her many times, but I've never been able to seize her by the throat. Tell me about your daughter. Philo smiles, showing his healthy white teeth. As a girl, Lowry was just an angel. We lost her mother early on. She was left to follow my example. A drifter with little idea how to talk to a 10-year-old girl, but even with such questionable parenting, Lowry managed to grow into a wonderful girl. Brave, smart, beautiful, and entirely unbearable. She's always argued with me about everything. When Larry was 18 and told me she was going to be a Pathfinder, all I said was, alright, and I knew there was no use to try and talk her out of it. And she was a fine Pathfinder. Hilo's fists clench with a painful sounding crack. I'll never forgive the Spinner of Nightmares for taking my girl from me. Tell me about the Pathfinder Society. Pathfinder Society is a global organization that unites opportunists and adventurers of all kinds. We explore the world and uncover its secrets, travel, and sometimes face down threats. In times of trouble, the latter becomes our primary focus. We're driven by curiosity and the desire to make the world a better place, and of course, some seek profit or hunger for glory. But in the end, it's hard work. They might send you anywhere on a mission. Weaklings have little place in the society. It's more for seasoned fighters. There are society lodges in many cities. The closest one is in Neurocyan. They're each led by venture captains, lads like me. The Grand Lodge is in Absalom, the center of the world. The Semvirate sits there, the anonymous council of our leaders. Okay? I have no more questions. I'm good. I'm done. Anyone else with names? Do I need to talk to Anivia again? She did come chat with me before. Benevia, in her muted colors, blends almost perfectly into the background. She appears relaxed, but her seemingly unfocused eyes are taking in everything around her, tracking and filtering potential threats. The only tell is the way she drums her fingers on her hip near her weapon's sheath. She shows no sign of her injuries and confidently leans on her previously broken leg. She pretends to have just noticed you, even though she watched you approach from afar. Oh, hey! See how they patched me up? Now I can run, jump, or dance a jig if I feel like it. Are there any suspicious places in the city I should pay attention to? There are a couple spots I wanted to check out but didn't have time. If there really is a den of cultists there, it would be good if you could swoop in there and bust some heads. You don't even need a search warrant. Anivia shoots you a crooked smile. First one is the Silken Thread. It's a funny little tailor shop that doesn't take any orders and never buys any fabric. But they always seem oh so busy. They're busy with something in there, alright, but sewing, it ain't. Silken Thread Atelier has been revealed. Second is the Alchemy Shop, Topaz Solutions. And they trade in everything, not just healing potions, judging by the ingredients they've been buying on the black market. There's something fishy about the alchemical rituals going down in that place. Okay, tell me about yourself. She shrugs with a lazy smile. I'd be happy to, but there's kind of nothing to tell. What's so interesting about me? Where are you from? Nowhere. I was blown in by the wind and found in a cabbage patch. She stopped short. Sorry, that's an old habit of mine. I don't like babbling about my past, but you saved my skin, so I guess I kind of owe it to you to not clown around, right? I'm from Nidal, and I wouldn't wish my homeland on my worst enemy. You've heard of the place, I'm sure, ruled by monsters that aren't alive nor dead. The official religion is the cult of Zon Cathon. I grew up in a slum, like a weed between the cobblestones. I didn't have a dad, but I had a lot of aunts and uncles. My mum's cronies, no prize for guessing the kind of business she was involved in. They gave me a set of lockpicks as soon as I could hold a spoon, and while other kids were picking their nose, I was picking pockets. Vidal, it's one of the oldest surviving countries in Avestan, having been founded during the uncounted years of the Age of Darkness, even though it is now beholden to the neighboring infernal realm of Cheliax, it retains significant autonomy to pursue its own shadowy goals. When I was 12, the monks of the Silent Shroud came for us. Creepy guys with their mouths sewn shut. They're the guards in Nishrok. Mum gave me to her friends, and we hid in a secret temple to Desna. Hey look, my deity. Desna, also known as the Great Dreamer, Lady Luck, Mother Moon, Goddess of Dreams, Luck, Stars, and Travelers, is among the most ancient of deities. While her peers burden themselves with the task of creating Galarian, she spent her time building the heavens. She knew that there would be plenty of time for her and her followers to explore the many wonders of the world later. She has changed little since those earlier days, and she and her followers delight in exploring the world. I never saw my mom again. I lay low in the temple for the next few years, kept my head down, washed floors, fetched water, listened to sermons. Funny thing, after a while I started liking Desna's teachings. But as soon as I was old enough, I was out of there. I left Nidal and got as far away as I could. Quite the ragtag group you've got here. From nobles to street thieves. You got that right, haha. Only the best for you. What do you do if the knights and nobles fail to save the world? The lowlives are our only hope. How did you meet Irabeth? I was bumming around Timon a while back, doing this and that. Desnan temples sometimes gave me odd jobs, sometimes they needed people with skills like mine. On the surface it was fine, I guess. After Nidal and the freedom of River Kingdoms should have seemed like heaven. My chance to sit back and enjoy life, but I wasn't happy. There wasn't any joy in my life. I was all alone, no one cared about me, and I didn't care about anybody either. I struggled to find a reason to drag myself out of bed every morning. Tying a stone around my neck and jumping into the nearest river started to look pretty appealing. One day I was hired to follow some fellas who the local authorities suspected were Resmiran spies. I was stupid. I made a rookie mistake and they caught me. It was like my body had already decided to do what my mind had been fighting to finally put me out of my misery. Get someone else to kill me since I didn't have the guts to do it myself. They grabbed me. I thought they'd gut me on the spot, but instead they hog-tied me and dragged me off. And just like an animal going to the slaughter, my only thought was, let's get this over with. They brought me to their stinking cave, threw me on their altar, and I realized who it was. Kuthites from Nidal. They tracked me down after all those years. But I didn't care anymore. Wouldn't even have cared if they'd eaten me or whatever. We all got it to go sometime, right? So I was lying there staring at those knives pointed at me when fate rolled the dice and I hit the jackpot. Irabeth. Where there she was, storming into the cave. Picture it. I'm lying on an altar with all these knife-wielding maniacs around me, and suddenly Irabeth storms in. I thought it was Iomedae herself, fierce in her shining armor, with her gleaming sword raised. She made quick work of those scumbags, chopped them up just like that. I didn't even have time to blink. She untied me, and then Anevia's face lights up as she chuckles. She looked through the papers they had on the table, and she started swearing like a sailor. So much for Iomedae. How did you and Irabeth end up in Canabras? After almost becoming a human sacrifice, I knew I never wanted to leave Irabeth's side. Desna knows I fell for her instantly, and I fell hard. My misery was gone, and when Irabeth showed me what was in those papers, proof that the cultists had a nest in her home city, well, I offered to help without a second thought. Anevia smiles warmly. She must have figured I couldn't wait to get my revenge on the cultists, but I didn't give a damn about them. It was her. I'd go anywhere with her, even on crusade or into the jaws of a dragon. But I took to life in Canabras like a duck to water. I used to be an outcast wherever I went, but half of the Crusaders are the same. After all, who'd volunteer to tangle with demons on the edge of the abyss? You gotta be either a goody two-shoes with too much honor and free time, or a misfit with no life, out in the normal world with normal people. People come here to run away from their debts, their past, from themselves. So I fit right in. What's it like living with Irabeth? It's like living. Without her, I wouldn't be. Seriously, if I were alone, I'd definitely be gone by now. I understand this sentiment. Sure, sometimes we argue, can't deny that. Sometimes we bang our fists on the table and yell so loud that the walls shake. But that's all about order business. But at home, well, I'll give you an example. I've kind of always wanted to move out of that broom closet we call a house and into somewhere cozier. It ain't like they take a vow of poverty at the Eagle Watch, but every month, somehow, most of our spare money is spent on Crusader business. Sure, I get mad about it, but Anivia makes a helpless gesture. It's part of why I love her so much. You know, Irabeth has that thing that matters most for a person. Purpose in life. She's always got a reason for whatever she's doing. Her whole life is a crusade, and I just drifted around like a leaf in the wind until Desna brought us together. Now she's the meaning of my life, so it really makes no difference if we live in a mansion or under a bush. Thank you for your answers. What are your responsibilities in the Eagle Watch? Anivia smiles evasively. None Nothing official. I'm not even a knight, you know. I just hang around. You sure you want to know the details? Catching traitors and spies and cultists is no walk in the park. It's a delicate job. You can't always do it all within the letter of the law. What if we surprise some suspicious blighter with an official search? Everyone will know about it before long, starting with their cronies. Then again, sneaking into people's houses at night sneaking into people's houses at night ain't exactly legal. Crusaders can't be doing stuff like that, can they? Well, I'm not exactly a knight. She trails off. Alright, I have to go. Have a good one. Alright, you watch yourself now. Okay, I think I've talked to everyone that I possibly can. I know that we were handed a sword. Short sword. +1 flaming short sword. Nice. I'll take a short sword. I do not need this. I should probably sell those. So, just have to hold on to it. Cool. Have... Shall... Is there a thing over here? Miller and the spinner of night. Mine. First book of the astonishing exploits of Venture Captain Hilo, published by the Pathfinder Society. The spinner of nightmares let out a fiendish laugh, and the wind rose up, sending the sound rippling across the roof of the cavernous temple and off into the darkening sky. You cannot protect them. The demon worshipper performed a graceful pirouette, as though she were mocking the ungainly Venture Captain, who was slowly picking his way across the slippery roof tiles. You may have saved Anthroplytus today, but you won't save everyone who gets in my way. I will always be one step ahead, plunging a dagger into the heart of the next fool and sullying your path with blood that you will never be able to wipe clean. Hiller lost his footing once again, and only by a miracle did he not go plummeting to his death. His heart threatened to beat right out of his chest, but his mind was consumed with the feverish awareness of how close he was to his target. Only a few dozen paces separated him from the spinner of nightmares. Close enough to shoot, but the Venture Captain wanted to be sure the bolt wouldn't kill her, merely maim and immobilize her. A hand crossbow that Hiller concealed under the fold of his cloak was throwing off his balance. The jig's up, the spinner of nightmares. The Venture Captain leaned forward as though trying to catch his breath. A diversionary tactic designed to weaken the vigilance of the villain, who seemed to be waiting for something on the peak of the roof. You have one chance to save your pathetic life. Surrender now. The spinner of nightmare froze, as if considering the captain's words before lunging forward like a snake and spitting with contempt. You will never see her again. Click, twang, the whistle of the bolt released from its cradle, and the swish of the spinner of nightmare's cloak as she dodged the shot, laughing. Hiller let out a bellow, pouring all his hatred and despair into the shout, dashing forward and slipping on the roof, tumbled to his knees. Gripping a jagged roof tile with his last remaining strength, the venture captain swallowed a grunt of pain and raised his head, only to watch his daughter's abductor be swept away on a black wind. I will find you, spinner of nightmares. Helo's shout seemed to carry far and wide. Across the whole of Mendev, I'll find you, and I'll tear out your duplicitous heart. Huh. I have a fire sword. This is a great day. Alright, one of those for you. Go. Okay, so how do you find someone in the chaos that was once Canaveras? It's like finding a grain of sand in the sea, a spark in the bonfire, or a kind act in a demon lord. And still, difficult doesn't always mean impossible. Eagle Watch fighter and Steeler's friend, Jana Eldori, went missing during the demon attack. Irabeth would appreciate any information about her. On the day of the celebration, Steeler parted with Jana Eldore at the market square in Canabras. Divided city. Yup. Oh. Cold waters. Worm family secrets. Clear a path to the surface from August. Stop that. Go to Horgus' mansion with Camellia. The hiring reliable bodyguards. Horgus set off for his mansion. What could compel this man to risk his life to return to his ravaged home? The answer to that question lies in the ancestral seat of the Worms. Spies amidst our ranks. Scout out the Tower of Estrad. Mirabat does not have the numbers to force the demons out of the Tower of Estrad. She prefers to confine her actions to scouting and information gathering for now. Burning City. Find the secret entrance to the Gary Garrison. Find the storyteller. Visit the Blackburn Library. Common cause. Gather allies for the attack on the Grey Garrison. Stay of execution. Who knows when the demons will deal the final blow to the defender's heart? The next wave of attack could have unexpected consequences, and not only for the Crusaders barricaded in the tavern, but for the city at large. Okay. I do need to go have a look in the basement as well. Forgot about the basement. Good job, me. Basement, please. Okay, why do we have a bosun in a cell? Damn. Surrender thy soul, Delvin. I am a day, protect us. Hahaha, got you again. How many times is that today? Take your jokes and shove 'em, tiefling. Whoa, easy there, chief. Don't hit me. The fuck? And today we continue the loot everything that isn't nailed down. Okay, that was a map. Old map of Avestan. Huh, cool. Now I have 2 of them. Lovely. Door over there. Loot. Alright. What's going on? Go ahead, don't take too long though.
Hey, Chief! Ooh, hey, gorgeous. Come over here. I want to talk to you about something. Something really important.
I know that voice. Where do I know that voice from?
A young tiefling sits cross-legged on the floor. He looks relatively calm for someone in shackles, but his tail whips back and forth in agitation. Noticing your attention, the tiefling sits up and beckons you over. Okay.
Quit bothering the decent people in here, Woljif, or I'll knock your teeth out!
What's it to you, Delvin Dum-Dum? You were told to guard me, and I'm not stopping you. But no one told me I had to shut my trap.
Who are you?
Woljif. Woljif Jefto. I deal in useful things. I can get you whatever you want. Anything. But there's just one problem.
The tiefling rattles his chains and gives you a meaningful look. What do you want from me?
I'll lay it out for you. Simple job, 30 minutes tops. We go someplace, talk to someone, and in return, whatever you want, I'll get it for you. Some extra rations? No problem. Armor, weapons, scrolls, you name it. It's as good as yours. If you need my help with something, whistle and I'll be there. I'm handy enough with knives too, and even my magic know-how isn't too shabby.
Are you a companion? Cause if so, sure, why not? I'll bring a tiefling along.
What a load of guff! If you were good at magic, you wouldn't be stuck in here now, would you?
Don't you listen to him, Chief. He'd find fault with the Queen herself. I'll be useful to have in battle, and I'll sell whatever you want at a reasonable price. It's your lucky day. You won't meet another gem like me in Canabras.
Why are you in chains?
Does it really matter? Don't get hung up on the past, Chief. Don't look to the future. Live in the here and now.
He was caught thieving.
Thank you, Delvin. Your shadow, what was that?
Get me out of here and I'll tell you. And don't worry, it's not contagious.
Can't help you while you're chained up here. How can I free you?
That's easy. You know Irabeth? Feisty looking gal, always wears armor. You can't miss her. She's the meanest fighter in the whole city. When you see her, put in a good word for me, will ya? Tell her there's this guy Woljif locked up for no good reason in the Defender's Heart. Well, for the follies of his youth. And he really wants to get out on bail so he can keep up his good behavior and make a contribution to society. You got that? Will you do it?
Fuck it, why not?
I knew I could count on you. Knew it the moment I laid eyes on you.
Okay, so... This. Okay. the opposition. I don't know what that's supposed to... Is there another one? Is it to actually open this? I don't know. There's probably some trick to it and I don't know what it is. Alright. Here, Beth. There's a kid in the basement. Can we get him out, please? There's a tiefling chained up in the defender's heart. What can you tell me about him? Woljif is a petty thief from a gang of thieflings operating Canabras. That's what we call them in these parts. They tried to rob a vendor of magical items recently. Unfortunately, we apprehended only one of them, and the rest managed to escape. We have nowhere else to keep him apart from the defender's heart, but that's hardly a prison. Woljif knows it too. He's been begging us for days to let him go free or have someone vouch for him. He's already asked you to put in a good word for him, hasn't he? Heribert squints at you thoughtfully, then shrugs. If you want to recruit Woljif and put him to good use, go ahead. Take him off our guard's hands. We can ill afford to let a soldier spend their day watching over a middling thief. I hope the tiefling proves useful should you decide to take him along. Cool. That was easy. Alright, good news, kiddo. Time to lose the shackles, I guess.
Well, Chief, what do you got for me?
Woljif is sitting in the same place with his tail impatiently batting the floor. I looked at Irabath, and I decided to make you part of my troop. We'll see how it goes.
You must be a smooth talker. Come on, Delvin. Get these bracelets of yours off me. I'm going free.
Oh, it's gonna bother me for the next little while if I don't figure out who the hell is the voice actor for this character.
You're sure to regret this. This tiefling will fleece you for everything you've got. Mark my words.
Yeah, maybe, but not right now.
You're a bitter little man, Delvin. Petty and mean. You can't even be happy for me, can you? I pity you. I'll leave you alone with your sad little soul. So long. And now, Chief, straight down to business. You see, I'm one of those guys that people around here call thieflings. We just call ourselves the family. After we knocked over that shop and I got stuck here in the Defender's Heart, a little bird told me that big sister Charisme wanted to see me. That she had some questions to ask me. You following?
Vaguely.
Now, she won't be asking me questions like, Woljif, how'd you manage to get out of this one? Or, Woljif, you're so thin, didn't they feed you? No, something serious has gone down, and I just know they want to try to pin something on me. I can feel it in my tail. So, I knew right away that I couldn't go alone. You turned up just in time, Chief. You don't need to do anything when we get there. Just stand behind me and look mean, and I'll handle the rest. Somehow. Let's go, I'll show you the way.
This kid's great. It's clearly a book. The wall looks funky. I'm not solving that puzzle for a bit. Obviously. Alrighty, so if I just go to the... Wait. Yeah, fuck also. Sell. Let me get another dagger. Wait a minute. No, I'm gonna keep that dagger, because the kid might need it. Heal. Out. You. Opposite longbow. Versus masterwork. Composite's better. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. I don't have porcelain plates. Did I not sell these fucking things? That. Cool. Yeah. Alrighty. Now this. We step outside and we have a look around for a little bit. And I'm probably gonna finish up in the next hour. Oh. Now that I've gotten through that chunk, might be worth taking a short break. I can get up and walk around. I'll be back in a few minutes. As the music turns off. Switch this over. Alright, I will be back in a few minutes. In the meantime, I am going to run an ad because this is the best time to do it. So, see you in a few minutes.
Okay, good morning, everybody.
am back. Give me a moment to switch back over, and then we'll do another hour, and then I'm probably gonna finish up. So, let's do that. Wonderful. Alright, we are back. Let's go have a look around, I guess. What is this? The place has been sanctified. It can protect the area around it from the corruption. Oh. Hello. What's going on here? Amanda, look what we've got here. Are you too mad? Whatever possessed you to steal the gem golem from the Tower of Astrod Museum? Explain yourself. We didn't steal nothing, Commander. We saw some looters dragging it down the street. The shiny fella belongs to the treasury. The inlay alone. Doran, see to it that no one lays too much of the finger on this. Oh, fuck that signal. Never mind, I will read it out of the dialogue thingy in a second. Okay. Commander, look what we've got here. Are you too mad? Whatever possessed you to steal the gem golem from the Tower of Astrod? Explain yourselves. We didn't steal nothing, Commander. We saw some looters dragging it down the street and recaptured it. Now, this shiny fella is our trophy by rights. That shiny fella belongs to the treasury. The inlay alone is worth more than a castle. Oh, I really don't like the idea of having this thing unattended. Joran, see to it that no one lays so much as a finger on that this golem or plucks out a single gem. And the same goes for you two. Your mission is to guard this shiny fella as you called it. Prestige Painter Golem. Okay. Citizen. That's the basement. Doran Bane. Doran Bane. A new face. A grizzled dwarf turns a blade in his calloused hands, carefully inspecting its edge. When he sees you approaching, he sets the blade aside and greets you with a nod. A new face in the city. You've picked a good time to come to Canobras. As you can see, we are in sore need of warriors. You know everyone in Canobras by sight. Well, not everybody, but I make it my business to know the people who might need my services. Blacksmith's work isn't just at an anvil, you know. Of your kind, we only have one or two at a push. There's Gamel, the tavern keeper, great lad, even if he's not one for talking. Are you Staunton Vane's brother? Yep, where he goes I go, that's how we've always done it. Even before the world wound, I forge the armor, he goes into battle and breaks it. He brings it back to me, I repair it and make it better than before. Everything's changed since then, of course, but that part has stayed the same. How was Staunton the blame for the fall of Dresden? I've told this story so many times already, well, telling it one more time won't kill me. The blacksmith sighs. Dresden was built after the First Crusade, back when it seemed like victory was ours for the taking and the demon invasion would soon be at an end. The population of Old Sarkoris was thoroughly diminished and many of them hoped to see their hard fighting repaid with a small plot of unclaimed land. Dresden was a fortress built on all our hopes and on Mendev's ambitions, though you're not supposed to say that out loud. What a city it was, Nix. You can't even imagine. It was built by the finest engineers from the Five Kings Mountains. Queen Galfrey spared no expense. Dresden was meant to be the capital of the Crusade movement, the monument to its glory and the beacon of hope for all Galarian. Heroes were drawn there to seek fame and glory, and they came from all over. Taldor, Garund, Tianzia, Zaya. I couldn't list them all. A relic known as the Sword of Valor was kept there. The banner that had been carried into battle by Iomade herself back when she was still human. The banner protected the city and kept the demons from teleporting inside the walls. As long as the banner was in place, Dresden was invincible, or so we thought. Sword of Valor. The greatest Crusader relic, the Sword of Valor, is a banner once carried to battle by Iomade herself. It is both a symbol and a powerful artifact which emits an aura that blocks demon powers. However, the banner only works this way in righteous hands. Hidden from the eyes of believers, it's lost its properties. That's not good. Give me 2 seconds. I just need to reopen something. There we go. Perfect. That one. As the world wound suddenly expanded, the demons launched a new onslaught, and folk started saying it's time to declare the Second Crusade. Dresden was unassailable until one young officer was tempted by a beautiful woman. She convinced him that the banner shouldn't be hanging in the city, that its rightful place was on the battlefield. She whispered honey words about glory and valor and convinced him that he could be a hero as great as Iomade herself, and the poor fool believed her. He rounded up some of his hot-headed friends and carried the banner outside the city gates on an unauthorized foray. The demons slaughtered them within seconds, but for some reason the courageous ringleader was spared. The whole army teleported into Dresden. It was a bloodbath. Durin solemnly shakes his head. As you can guess, that officer was called Saunton Vane, and the woman turned out to be a demon. Not just any demon, but it was Monago, that foul wretch. She's given us a lot of grief here in Canabras too. Just don't ask me what I was doing while my brother was off having trysts with that beast, and why I didn't save him from his own stupidity. The blacksmith gestures as if to ward off the inevitable reprobation. Who could have guessed it would end like this? I failed my brother, that's the truth. I blame myself every day, looking at his plight. So that's the story. Why do you have a forge here in the tavern yard? Wherever I am, that's where my forge is. A true master of any craft will always find the tools they need. I miss my old forge, of course, but it's now just a pile of charred stone and metal. But I've still got my hands, and that means I can work. Show radiance to Joran. Do you recognize this sword? Do I recognize it? Of course I do. I made this with my own hands. There's my brand, see? The dwarf carefully takes the sword in his hands, gazing at it like a doting father. Oh, Yeniel, things have been tough without you, but at least we've still got your sword. That's something. In battle, Joran returns the sword to you. In battle, ordinary swords get blunted, they break, but sometimes a weapon can persevere. I don't even know how to explain it, I'm not an authority on these things, but something like an echo of the deeds done with that weapon, or more like the reflection of the wielder's soul. I don't know. I will say one thing, take care of that sword. Yaniel may no longer be with us, but the demons will still remember why they need to turn tail and run when they see radiance. Show me your wares. Okay, so we got armor, chain shirt, check penalty. Oof, that's rough. Buckler, light shield, leather armor +1. Should have known about this place before I bought a bunch of potions. Oh well. Rugged helmet. Grants the wearer a DR3 melee But the warehouse officers -3 penalty to perception skill checks. Oof, that's rough. +1 light shield. Deceiving facade. +1 shield, that's nice. Whenever the wielder of this +1 buckler receives a critical hit, they are affected with the effect of a mirror image spell that produces 2 mirror images that last 2 rounds. Oh, that's nice. Armor of Vigilance. +4 bonus to AC against sneak attacks. That's cool. Living Ram. Whenever the wearer of this +1 breastplate uses a charge combat maneuver and hits an enemy, they deal an additional 1d6 bludgeoning damage, and the enemy has to pass a reflex saving throw, DC 17, or become prone. Smasher. Whenever this +2 necrotic earthbreaker confirms a critical hit on an enemy, the enemy must pass a fortitude saving throw, DC 16, or suffer 2 strength ability damage. Oh wow, that's rough. Attrition dagger. Once around, when this +1 dagger lands a hit on an enemy, it deals them 1 constitution ability damage. This power can't lower the target's constitution ability below 5. Okay, that's neat. Cool. Detainer. Slowed. Merry-go-round. Okay, that's funny. Pain channeler. +2 bonus on attack rolls, but no touch attacks. Bastard sword. Butcher undead. Dark club grants its wielder a +1 bonus on dead. Sonic damage on a hit. Whenever this +1 light crossbow confirms a critical hit, it deals 2d4 force damage to all enemies in a 10-foot radius. Huh, that's neat. Holy damage on the hit. Deals an additional d8 on crit. Accurate sickle. Dagger. Okay, so you can sell a masterwork dagger for 100, but you could buy it for 4? Interesting. You have many a thing, and that is lovely. Star knife. That is an odd looking weapon. Masterwork star knife. You sell have a lot of weapons. Whoops. I do not enjoy coughing fits. And my cat is going absolutely bananas. Opposite short bow. Masterwork composite longbow. I don't know what the benefit of masterwork is over normal, because it doesn't seem to be all that different. Devastating blow from above. On a hit, while mounted, it deals an additional 1d. Quiver of cold iron ammunition. That's neat. Notable. Usable. Ingredients. Accessories. Armor. And then the endless scroll of weapons. Cool. I don't think I need anything from this guy right this second. Yeah, that should be fine. Alright. This reminds me. Hello. Do you have any gear? Braces of armor. Okay. You are also a dual wielder. You are an eldritch scoundrel. What does that mean exactly? Trickery is even higher. Cool. Because your dex is 20. Yeah, that makes sense. 19. 18. Yeah, cool. Alrighty. What can you do? Are you much the same as me? You have trap finding. And danger sense. I don't get these things. Finesse training dagger. That's nice. Chaotic neutral. Understandable. Have a nice day. Feats. 2 weapon fighting. Double slice. Simple weapon proficiency. Have scribe scrolls. Well done. Cold resistance 5. Electricity resistance 5. Fire resistance 5. Oh. Oh, you can just straight up cast these. Cool. When you make a sneak attack against a creature that has damage reduction, character's attack reduces the damage reduction for 2 rounds by an amount equal to the character's level. This penalty to damage reduction doesn't stack. Okay, that's cool. Okay. I'm not really sure what the point of this was. Magnificent and glittering golem encrusted with gems and covered in intricate flowery embossing triumphantly explains. Happy to be of service, may Shaylin brighten and vivify your day. Shaylin, also known as Eternal Rose, the Eternal Maiden, and the Incorruptible is the goddess of art, beauty, love, and music, and half-sister of Zon Kuthon. Shaylin focuses as much attention on inner beauty as outer beauty. In her role as goddess of beauty, Shaylin also promotes the creation of art and the composition and performance of music. Clerics of Shaylin frequently are artists themselves. As the goddess of love, Shaylin encourages the proliferation of that feeling in all its forms. She is not the goddess of sexuality, lust, or fertility, and draws a very clear distinction between love and sexuality. Although she does not in any way discourage erotic love, the few paladins who worship her practice courtly love. Okay, what are you? I am a Prestidigi painter golem. Many millennia ago, I was built by Aslanti clerics of Shaylin, the goddess of beauty, to make the world a better place. In my joyful service, I have visited many lands, and for the past few centuries, I have resided in the Temple of the Sunrise Chrysanthemums in Tianxia. But then the good clerics saw fit to offer me as a gift to the Mendevian Crusaders so that you could share in the beauty I can create. Can you do anything useful? My creators granted me the ability to place illusions on various items. I can change their color and texture to make them more beautiful and appealing to the eye. Would you like me to cast an illusion over your armor to make it green? Green is a very pleasant color. It would match your eyes. How did you end up here? I was in the Tower of Estrad Museum, but then some not beautiful people came and started smashing everything. I asked them to show restraint, and that's when they decided to steal me. After all, I am beautiful and very valuable. They dragged me down the street, but I didn't want to go with them, so I kept stopping. The least beautiful of my kidnappers threw me over his shoulder and tried to run away with me, but I am very heavy, so his back made a very not beautiful crunching sound. He started yelling, and then everyone else started yelling, and some of the yelling was directed at me, and then they started hitting me with their not beautiful weapons, and then some good crusaders drove them away and brought me here. And now I've been lumbered with you, waste of good metal you are, and instead of working, I'm supposed to keep an eye on you so that no one is tempted by the walking treasure trove. What can you do to help the war effort? I was not designed for any type of combat, yet I can bring beauty and harmony to any type of combat. So the golem can cast glamours on my gear? Is that essentially it? Alrighty, well. Okay, bye. Happy to be of service. May Shaylin brighten and vivify your day. Alright, so, exit area, to the basement, to the tavern. There is loot around. Fine now. There's apparently some over this. I take it like the more that you do, the more people will be up on the roofs here eventually. Colorful feather.
That's easy.
Alrighty. unusual to find so much cheer in a person with such a dark past, and strange to see a former thief and a street urchin wearing the shining armor of Iomede's paladin. This young woman who was forged. Never mind. Global map. It's a global map of the city of Canabras. To move the visible part of the map, use WSD to travel to the locations you have discovered. Hover your mouse cursor over the location and click the mouse button. Some locations may not be available for travel for various reasons. As you explore the map and progress through the game, you will discover new locations and routes. While traveling between locations, you may be attacked by enemies, so be sure you have enough rest and don't let them take you by surprise. Tiefling's hideout. I don't think we can cross this. I mean, this one's the closest? Some chests are locked, some are trapped, some are not even chests at all. Fucking mimics. This looks ominous.
Precisely.
Basement is dark and dank, and you are immediately struck by the hostility of the gathered tieflings. 5 of them are kneeling along the walls, separated from the rest. The tall woman, who had been cleaning her fingernails with the tip of her knife, greets you with narrowed eyes. Brother Wooljiff, you got my message then. Sorry I couldn't swing by sooner, dear sister Charisme. It was just one thing after another. First I was in shackles, next, well, no, I was still in shackles, and I was being watched, and then the chief got me out, and I came straight here. I knew you'd be waiting on me. Enough talking, or else we'll be here all night. So, we had a clear plan. We were going to wait for nightfall, slip into the shop, grab the goods, and leave. Even if the neighbors called the guard, there was time to get away. But what happened? That bitch Irabeth showed up almost right away. She knew we'd be there. Someone betrayed us. I have a good idea of who it was. What do you have to say to that? Make it quick. Do you think Wooljiff knows the name of the traitor? Rosemary turns to you. She speaks. I thought Wooljiff only brought you so he'd have someone to hide behind if things went south. Yes, he knows the name of the traitor. Every gang that Brother Wooljiff has been a part of has very quickly come to an end. Their hideout location was passed to the guards, or their competitors found out where they could ambush them. Wooljiff is the only one who always comes out smelling of roses. If you think about it, you'll come to the same conclusion as us. I'd have said that meant that Wooljeff was cursed with finding fiends among losers and screw-ups, but now that he's with us, that must mean the curse has been broken. That depends. He was indeed most fortunate to find himself in a party with me. On the other hand, he also ended up in a party with you. Wooljeff, tell us your side of the story. What happened? What's there to tell? About a week ago, Sister Charisma got 6 of us together in this very basement. Me and those 5 over there. I mean, Wooljeff jerks his head toward the 5 tieflings kneeling by the wall. She rounds us up and says we've got a score. Ancient trees and wonders. And ancient trees and the wonders. The one place nobody's ever been able to hit. The place that's guarded by a golem, but now a powerful scroll that would knock out the golem just happened to come into our possession. Along with a tip-off that the shop owner would be gone on a particular night, all 6 of us know a bit of magic, and we know that any enchanted junk will sell for a pretty penny, so we're in. And the most important thing was that none of us was to be hanging about the shop ahead of the job. No case in the place, no calling attention to ourselves, either the golem or its master. This job was top secret. Okay. Woo! Just got home, well done. Good to be finished up for the day. That's all true so far, go on. We did everything right with the locks and the golem. I picked the lock. I remember it clear as day. Sister Dalna was on lookout. Brother Melroon had the scroll. Yep, it's 8:30 now. Fair enough. It is 7:30 for me at the moment. Duffy, Tabby, and Vania brought the sacks. We covered the windows and lit the torches. I remember scooping up rings and tossing them in a sack, and one right expensive one rolled away from me. I crawled under a table after it. The next thing I know, Irabeth was there. Everybody scampered, but I was still under the table. Not my finest moment. PM. I was going to wait it out, but those blockheads were dragging me out by my tail, put me in shackles. They took all my rings off me, about 20,000 worth, and to add insult to injury, I never even found the last one. In the end, I got busted over nothing. So they caught you, poor thing, stripped you of your loot, and you didn't even manage to stash anything? Charisma is pointedly polishing her knife. Where's the moon of the abyss, Brother Wooljeff? What's the moon of the abyss? It was an amulet. It used to sit on a little cushion in the window of ancient trees and wonders. Sterling silver, sparkled like a star, fine piece of work. On one side there was a half moon, you know, a crescent, a waning moon, and in the middle there was a dark crystal, like it was eclipsing the moon. Yeah, Friday. Like it was eclipsing the moon. Old man Frelemon, yeah, was so proud of that amulet. He used to say, "I'll never sell it. It's the jewel of my collection." Wooljeff sighs unhappily. I used to go there to see what kinds of treasures there were in the world. There's nothing else to look at in Canabras. People used to claim it was a powerful thing, but who's to say? If you ever stole a thing like that, you'd have the guards on you the second you tried to fence it. Everybody knew that you were always hanging around ancient trees and wonders drooling over the moon of the abyss. Did you think you could swipe it in all the commotion and keep it for yourself? Did you hope that we'd all be locked up and you'd get off scot-free and with a fancy trinket to boot? Don't take me for a mug, Wooljeff. I see right through you. Why would Irabeth arrest her own informant? Took the words right out of my mouth. It doesn't make any sense. If I was the rat, I'd have kissed her on the hand and been long gone by now. You know me, sister. I'm a cautious fella, not an idiot. Why would I go against the family so the fish in the salon can have a nice Woolgif-sized dinner? The Moon of the Abyss is a pretty bauble, to be sure, but it's just an amulet. It ain't worth dying over. You knew Irabeth's people would protect you. You knew you could pin the moon going missing on them. And now you've come here with backup. You knew exactly what I was going to say to you. Problem is, nobody returned the amulet to Philemon. Are you giving Irabeth a cut? Is that it? Have you seen her? You think she'd take a cut of anything I offered her? She can't be bought. She's like 3 heralds of Iomade, all rolled into one. He speaks the truth. You'll find some knights who'll take bribes, I'm sorry to say, but Tirabade isn't one of them. Go on, Woljif. That's the whole sorry story. Woljif crosses his arms, looking affronted. Some family this turned out to be. Just a name in the end. In a real family, people take each other at their word. They don't throw around accusations. I didn't take the Moon of the Abyss. What am I going to do with it? I can't sell it to no crusaders. It's a special item. Can't wear it. It'll get nicked. It's pretty to look at, sure, but it ain't that pretty. If it's that important to you, Sister Karasmi, I'll find it and I'll drag the traitor here by his horns, just so you don't end up at the bottom of the Selin. But do you know what you're gonna owe me for that? An apology. Right here in front of everyone, you're going to apologize loud and clear so everyone hears it. You'll say, sorry, Woljif, you're a good guy, and I was wrong about you. Fine, you're one of my people, which is why I'm going to give you some time. But if you run, Brother Woljif, the family will get you wherever you go. You'll spend the rest of your life looking over your shoulder, tossing and turning at night, fearing poison in every cup and every meal. You'll look into the eyes of every tiefling you meet, wondering if the family's come for you. You'll have no peace, but one day you'll be tired of running, you'll stop to catch your breath, and that's when we'll get you. Got that? Got away with words, Sister Karasmi. A way that almost made me wet myself, but a way nonetheless. Let's go, Chief. We'll go chat to that scary gal, Irabeth. She knows you a little. We can ask her who ratted us out. I'll let you do the talking. Nabris is burning. Why are you squabbling here instead of fleeing? Be glad to leave. Sorry, Karasmi purses her lips. I'd be glad to leave like the rest of my brothers and sisters, but in the family, there's nothing worse than betrayal, and it's something we do not forgive. We don't forgive anyone who lets traitors off the hook either. If I don't find the rat, my superiors, let's just say, I'll wish I was burning in Canabris. I want to keep living, so I'm going to take a chance until I find out who the traitor is. Find out who is the traitor here. No one is leaving. Alright, we'll find the real traitor. And I'll get my apology. Onward to Irabeth, Chief. Let's go clear my good name. Root out the traitor and be quick about it. Time's running out. I don't want to get chewed up by demons. Talk to people. Who is the traitor? Hey, Woljif, how much did they pay you? Last brother Woljif has revealed his true face. Kill the traitor. Take back brother Woljif by sending you to the farm. Ooh, loot. Fine now.
Kukri. Mine now. Alright, so we're gonna go back to the heart area. Fail to sneak past enemies, prepare to fight. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna get back to the safe area, and then I'm probably gonna stop there.
They will break against our
I have been going for almost 6 hours now. Rorder Alchemist. Oh, you fucker, you would. Fucking get him.
Go for their hearts!
The light. Take you.
Yep, it's all that. Look at all these potions. Acid flask. Spire. Studded leather. Is it literally just the little combat area?
Always
Onwards.
watch your back.
Yeah, that's a cool art. I appreciate this. Ugh. Alrighty. Coming, I guess. Quickly go talk to Beth, and then we'll finish up. Any success? How's the city? As a traitor, I'm trying to track down. Who's your informant among the defense? Irabeth arches her brow in surprise. Canabras is threatened by a demon horde, and you have enough spare time to help out thieves. I don't like Irabeth sighs. I don't like this, but I hope you know what you're doing. I'll tell you everything I know. I did not see my informant's face. He slipped out of a dark alley, handed me a note, and disappeared. Irabeth hesitates as she tries to remember. He had a cloak with a hood masking his face, but the long horns, didn't fit under it. There should be a guardian golem in Ancient Trees and Wonders. The shop they tried to rob. The owner gave us the construct's code word just in case. The golem itself was destroyed, but the head seems to be intact. So you can interrogate the thing and find out what it saw. The code word is Hand of Irori. The shop's owner must have escaped, but there's a chance you'll get lucky with the golem. Irori, also known as Master of Masters, the Enlightened One, and the Perfect Human, is the god of enlightenment, self-perfection, knowledge, healing, and inner strength. His followers claim that he was once a mortal who achieved absolute physical and mental perfection, and thus attained divinity in his own volition. He is one of the core gods, if not the most powerful deity, and of the Udrani pantheon, but has an increasing following in the Inner Sea region as well. Ancient Trees and Wonders shop has been revealed.
Oh, there we go. Oh man, Iomade, keep you safe. Cool. Save. Alrighty. I'm gonna finish up. Thank you everyone for coming along. I hope you enjoyed. I'm gonna show this to the main menu. This is gonna cut the music almost immediately. But yeah. Thank you everyone for coming along. I hope you did enjoy. Sorry I didn't quite make it till 8 p.m., but you know, here we are. Yeah. If you did enjoy and you haven't already, maybe hit the follow button. It's there. Or don't. I'm not your dad. I can't tell you what to do. Same goes if you're on YouTube watching this later. That subscribe button is there. Again, I'm not your dad. I can't tell you what to do. We have Discord, all that fun stuff. I will be picking up again with this on Monday, for the usual time. Until then, I've been Red. Have a lovely rest of your day, and I will catch you next time. Until then, bye bye.